All right, so this is live stream episode 23, I think. Let me double check. Uh, let's see here. 23, yeah. So live stream 23, Joshua Kemble's live stream. Joshua Kemble is myself. I'm an artist who's done professional illustration, graphic design, and cartooning for about, oh my gosh, over 15 years now. And I've been a professional art director for about 6. So that's like my day job. And then when I'm not at work, doing my day job or at home, like being a dad, usually in the late hours of the night, I am a cartoonist working on cartooning. And you'll actually notice in the background, my wife, who's also an illustrator back there, Maya Kemble, is working on a a really cool children's book. She's a children's book illustrator and a really awesome mom as well to my son. So there we go. So before I get into things, I should probably explain what I'm working on, or what I'll be working on. And then I want to do a little unboxing because I got a really cool package. Oh, sweet. Crimson Owl Comics is in the chats. How's it going, buddy? How's your comic coming along? He is working on a really amazing looking comic that's like a horror comic that flashes back and forth between a Victorian era and a current era, and it's pretty exciting. So he's joining us in the chats, but he shared some really cool art that he's doing for it. And then we're also joined by Jake Twister, which is pretty cool. How you doing, man? So anyhow, I'll just at the top explain what this is. So basically, I am working on thumbnails and roughs for book 2 of 2 stories, which you can see my first, let's see, under my script here, you can see the first book, which is 2 stories. It's a 122-page graphic novel. Ooh, my goodness, I gotta get better at holding this. And it's a graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. And so I'm pretty excited about that. You'll notice like the lights are a little dimmer today, but I can give a little look at what those pages look like roughly. It took a long time to make, and now I'm working on the second one for my publisher, Marcosia. And so that's what this live stream is. So I have the script for the second volume. Oh, and if you wanted to get the first volume, you can order that through Amazon. I've noticed a few people, it seems, have been ordering a lot lately. So awesome. And thank you to anyone who has ordered the book. And yeah, support indie comics. It's a good way to do it. Speaking of supporting indie comics, I just wanted to show off something I got sent to me in the mail, which I'm pretty excited about. Ooh, Jake said, oh, Corey's here too. How's it going, Corey? Welcome. Feel free to jump on, man, if you want, although I don't want to keep you up like late hours. So, but Corey, you're always welcome. Okay, so and then Jake said, slaving away with the 100 days of making comics, Josh. Find stuff you're popping. I'm trying, man. I'm in the 100 days of making comics challenge as well. And right now I'm on day, let's see, 15 plus 31. What would that be? 46, which is crazy because usually my experience doing the 100 days, like right around the midpoint, you start kind of feeling burnout. So hang in there, Jake. Let us know what you're working on too for the hundreds in the chats. I'm kind of curious. Oh, cool. Sounds like we'll be joined by Corey, which is kind of awesome. I actually want to get into a little bit about the last video because I got a comment that ended up being deleted by the person who commented it on the last video, where I kind of talked a little bit about politics. And I don't want to bring up who made the comment or anything like that, but I was kind of bummed it got deleted because I thought it brought up some really interesting points to kind of jump off on for a discussion. So I thought that would be cool. Oh, and then Jake says he's working for Indie Volt's anthology on day 2. That's cool. I heard about Indie Volt the other day, and I'm like really excited to kind of check it out because I think that would be pretty cool to look into. So I'm gonna have to look more into Indie Volt because yeah, I mean it just sounded really cool. Let's see here. All right. So but congrats and good luck on the anthology there. Let's see. Okay, I think I addressed everybody in the chats. I hope everybody's working on comics with me. I just wanted to show these off. So we had, um, let's see here. So we had the two guys behind Mini Comics Bundles on our show on Artcasters. I'll show it here because I think that'll show off better. And they sent me these beautiful packages in the mail. And here, let me turn on the light here just so you guys can see better because I want to do it justice. So I got these awesome envelopes. They're beautiful. They're really cool. And they come like pre-packaged like beautifully. Like you have 2 of these. And what's cool is so indiecomicbundles.com. What's this? It says, tell them I harassed you to get over there for the support group therapy rolling on floor. That sounds really cool. So yeah, these are really cool. These are like Aaron Guzman, the artist, sent me free samples. Well, just basically of these cool indie comics bundles. And what's cool is when you open it, it comes with this like beautiful little package. It's really cool. The packaging is just amazing. And this is number 2 and number 1. And we had them on Artcasters to talk more about it. So I definitely encourage you guys. I think that was on Scott Cirkland's channel, but definitely check out that episode where we talked about these different comics. And then inside of these are like these beautifully, perfectly packaged. Here, I'll open them up. But it's like there's these really cool gorgeous mini comics, and I'm going to try to kind of crack them open. I didn't want to open them until I was like streaming. So you have the wraparound art, which is cool, and then it comes with these beautiful little mini comics. Like they're tiny little, amazing little mini comics and beautifully illustrated. And so I will be showing these a little more later, but I was just really excited to get copies. But each one has like an 8-page story, and you can basically buy, I think on their site, they sell them like you get a set for like $5, which is like a steal with this kind of care and love that they put into their packaging and stuff. So you can go to Mini Comic Bundles, yeah, and basically purchase that and basically hopefully, you know, order some of these. So Jason Alexander and Aaron Guzman, just thank you for sending these. I'm really excited to be able to check these out, and I'll be talking about them more on the stream once I've read them. Yeah, see, it looks like, so Jake's wondering, so you go to minicomicbundles.com, and then that's how you would get there in Guzman bundles. And then Crimson Owl was like, yeah, they are amazing. Yeah, I'm pretty sold on them already just from the feeling of opening the mail, and kind of, I love minis too. One thing I miss a lot about pre-COVID era was like at comic conventions, there's like sort of an underground thing going on with people who booth at cons where there's a lot of exchanges of comics between creators. And I do miss doing swaps and trades for indie comics. And like there was like this almost like underground network where you get this like crazy stash of these beautiful minis. But what's neat about these too, and I was just showing you guys one, I'll dip into these more on a future stream after I'm able to kind of sit down and read them. But anyhow, so I will say having I have a giant box of minis in my garage from those cons, and some of them are like beautiful, like art house um, zines and minis, and these are just like beautiful. Like this is really cool. So that literally like made my day, and even the envelope, right? The envelope has like a beautiful print on it, and it's custom sized. It's just yeah, my mind is blown by just the amount of thought and care they put into their comics. And they talk more about it on the art casters, but I just wanted to show them off here because I fully endorse these people and what they're doing. It's just it's just cool. It's cool to see like people doing artistic things, and like I was saying, even about two stories, it's like, you know, with indie comics and mini comics and stuff like that, it's really reliant on a supportive community, because we don't have like the machine of like a massive company behind us, and so like really like if you want to see indie comics do well, like yeah, you know, it sounds like the people in the chats are probably already buying the bundles, but I'm pretty sold on those. And it was really exciting. Even my wife saw like the packaging and was like, those are gorgeous. Like they're really cool. So yeah, anyhow, thank you guys for sending that if they end up watching this at all. All right, so we're going to get into the work. And Jake, I want to hear about your comic that you're working on for Indie Volt's anthology. Can you give us like a sneak preview? Like how long does it have to be? I've done a couple anthology comics, and it's always fun, but depending on the limit of the pages, it can be really challenging. For me, it's like if it's less pages, it can be harder to do for writing, which is another reason I'm impressed by these mini comics, because it's hard to do a succinct, condensed story when you're used to like long form. I'm used to having, you know, hundreds of pages to tell a story, and so to condense them into like 5 or 4 is just scares the crap out of me. All right, let's get into the comic work as I drink from my Jim Lujan mug. Yeah, definitely let Jason know. I'm impressed, and I haven't even read it yet, so I'm really excited to read them. But just from seeing the art and the packaging, it's like part of why I didn't just burn through reading them really fast. It looks like something I'm going to actually want to sit down and read. Oh, here's Corey. Corey, I was just talking about these mini comic bundles that got sent to me.
I was listening a little bit. They look awesome.
Yeah, they're really, I mean, it's like, it's funny just having them on the show and having kind of seen their stuff around online gave me a rough idea that like this is something I'd want to endorse, you know? And then like just seeing it, I'm like, holy crap. Like it's just it's exciting to see somebody come up with like a, let's see, this one will work. I just have to get my Photoshop worked out. Okay. See, now it's doing that weird thing.
Jake's
comics.
How are you,
Photoshop stuff?
Awesome, by the way.
What's up?
Jake's comic sounds awesome. He's doing a detective in a car chase with a pyromaniac.
Oh, dude.
That sounds like the coolest comic ever.
Dude, I need to do a car chase. Like just hearing that sounds super fun to draw. Cool. So we'll check that out at J Twister on Twitter. That sounds
what I'm curious, what kind of last name is that? Is that like what's the country of origin?
Yeah, I was wondering too with the TV. That's pretty interesting.
I'm not like an etymology guy, but every once in a while I come across a name and I'm like, oh man, where did that come from? That's so cool.
Yeah, like this coming in the mail though made me so excited. Corey, wouldn't that make you stoked? It's like it's really well thought out and the art's really good. So it's like, yeah. And then they have like a wraparound made and it's in like a custom bag.
Oh,
and
that's
I just
cool.
Like I wanted to kind of read them real quick, but because I was prepping like the Further Grickle book for our indie review show. I was just like, I wanted to really focus on that, and then these aren't something I want to zoom through because they like there's so much care in them. I'm like, I need to sit down with these. Like,
Dude, you gotta
Shut
check out this explosion. Isn't that rad?
oh, dude.
Oh, that's cool. I love the energy of that.
Oh, I love it. I love the white line use too at
Yeah,
the center because a lot of artists would draw that same thing,
right.
but just not have the white knocked out of it. Like, or the white would have outlines. That's really cool.
Yeah, the negative space is cool in that. And the texture of the even the like filled in blacks is like textured.
Oh, okay. He said Jake Twister is a pen name, so it's kind of like Twister with a V. I kind
Gotcha.
of had a suspicion, but I didn't want to. You never know. Um, cool. Well, so I was going to get into thumbnailing, but before I do, there was one other thing I wanted to touch on briefly, like not super heavy, but it's from our conversation yesterday, which I thought was really productive and cool.
I like how you preface that with the hope, the dream of a brief conversation.
Well, mainly I want to not maybe the conversation won't be brief, but why is this? Oh, I see what's happening. I'm like, I minimized my screen. I was like, why did my Photoshop disappear? Okay, so I'm becoming the old man with technology right now. I'm like, where's my remote? And it's on my lap.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to figure out what the heck is going on with artboards in Photoshop because I feel like they snuck up on me and I have no idea what's happening. And they've been around for a couple years now, and I'm like, ugh. Every time I
Yeah,
struggle with one, I'm like, I'm gonna have to look this up at some point.
yeah, I think so. I kind of have a similar thing, and I noticed that with Adobe, where there will be features that'll be there for like 2 years, and then finally I'm like, okay, I have to learn this. Like the blob brush is one on Illustrator, where it's like I didn't really use it or see a need for it, and then when I finally used it, I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense. This is helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get into this comment, and I don't want to mention who said it or anything like that because they ended up deleting it. But I really think the points in it are worth hitting like point by point just as a response because I don't want to ever be known. Like, first off, I don't know if they deleted it or if that was just like Facebook taking them down or YouTube taking them down or something like that. I never want to project being like the kind of person to shirk away from a conversation, so I want to bring it up. So somebody had, like yesterday I was just talking about being kind of upset about some of the stuff that the right in our country has done, especially particularly like regarding like the insurrection and stuff. I just want to get this out of the way. So they said the left has just been burning down the Pacific Northwest for about a year. What about their rhetoric? And I just want to say, like, I think that there's a difference. Like, I think first off, like, I would never be the type of person to justify violence or ruining of property. Like, I think that's a problem. Like, when a protest becomes a riot, it becomes a problem. Like, people should not be rioting, no matter how like righteous their reason might be.
Right.
So that I want to preface that, but I also want to preface it by saying, like, that is the ultimate epitome of what I was talking about yesterday with false equivalency, where it's like there's a bit of a difference between like, hey, I'm pissed off, I'm going to burn a trash can next to a courtroom, and I'm going to stop a Democratic vote from being counted because I'm pissed that I didn't get my candidate into office. One is
and I actually think,
rioting. Sorry.
I actually think it's more than I'm angry that this is happening because if you look at like a lot of the evidence that was laid out,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was a sitting president of the United States attempting to use a mob to murder his political rivals.
Totally. And I was even going to bring that up, but just the act in itself, like under law, is defined differently. Like one would actually be considered insurrection, right? Like you're literally trying to commit sedition. You're trying to overthrow a government. and then the other is like being pissed off and expressing it and breaking a bunch of laws in the sense of, but not necessarily with an objective in the broken law. Like it's not like they were burning the courtroom would be a good example. They weren't burning the courtroom to stop the courts. Like, you know what I mean? Like they were burning the courtroom because there was a building and they were pissed. Like there's a slight difference in intention. And then Corey totally highlight the biggest difference, which is nobody stood up there and said, hey, you know what? You guys should go burn the building. Like, and so there's a difference in the sense of like when a politician, especially the highest office in the land, like asks people to commit sedition, which is what at least being claimed. And definitely, I think anybody who watched the impeachment trial would have to have their head in the sand to not admit that's what happened. You know, so there's a difference. So I just wanted to address that.
I also think with the Portland thing,
yeah,
which I know a little bit about, I don't think I've like done a deep dive into it, but to me, it seems like a really good example of an awful way to handle that situation from the government's response. Like,
yeah, for sure.
I think there's a lot of video evidence showing police across the nation instigating the riot, like it was a peaceful protest. And I'm not saying that there weren't rioters, you know, on the other side or whatever, but I'm saying that there's a ton of evidence of showing people protesting against police brutality, and then the police respond with police brutality in one of the most ironic, vile ways. Anyway. Yeah. And so I think Portland's response was like a pendulum swing knee-jerk reaction to that. Yeah. And instead of just saying like, which is what I think you should do, like, let's go in, let's have some crowd control, let's set some rules, we'll let people protest, but not let it get out of hand. And also we won't just indiscriminately start beating people for no particular reason. Instead of doing that, they're just like, they literally said, oh, you know, it's we're just going to kind of call it a block party. And then without any rule of law, it got crazy and totally out of hand. And there was a lot of crimes committed that were awful because buildings are bad. I don't think you should hurt buildings, but then the, you know, there's things done to people that I think that's worse. I think you and I both value people more than property. And the problem is, it seems like a situation where they were like trying to show solidarity with a particular movement, so much so that they responded in the wrong way, and it just got out of control because you do need rule of law. And so anybody that says, well, what about this other thing? Yeah. Which I think, the person might have realized that and deleted it. I don't know who it is. Might have realized, I don't know. I kind of wrote that out of anger.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to, and I want to be clear, like if that person's watching like this or whatever, I'm not trying to call out that person. I just feel it's important, like to me, rhetorically, as a person who likes to think through things, like I don't ever want to project the idea that I'm like shirking away from a topic, and I also want to be clear to respond in case like it was an algorithm, because unlike the kind of myth that I think is spread very often about like people from the left, and maybe it is some people, but definitely me, just because I lean left doesn't mean I want you canceled. So I want to be clear, like I'm not trying to cancel that statement that was on there. And if it was in the heat of the moment and you deleted it, cool, and I'm just speaking to whoever that person is.
Yeah. Or if you still strongly believe that, that's everybody's right or whatever. But I mean, for me, I just know that I have many times said something that was either worded poorly or that I wanted to walk back after I said it. After it leaves my head, sometimes I'm like, that doesn't accurately represent kind of like how I feel about things. I do think you've got a problem on both sides because of the way the media and algorithms and everything works.
Yes.
It's interesting to sit in the position that I'm in, and I believe you do this as well, where I was raised very far to one side.
Yeah.
I run in circles that's very far to the other side. I tend to be in the middle, and I go right and left depending on the issue, right? And so like
Yeah.
I have less of an echo chamber than I think a lot of social media algorithms have designed for people. Because
Yeah.
I don't
And
think
so,
people intentionally are
yeah.
like, I'm going to go out of my way to not listen to the opposition. I think the
Yeah.
algorithms are designed to like give you what you want.
And to bypass that, like something I constantly do is I actually am subscribed to like some pretty far right radio channels and podcasts, not just because I'm interested in hearing what sort of like people who are polar opposite from me are talking about, and like what's kind of the memes going on, and like to me I find it educational and informative to do.
Yeah.
So anyhow, but I think that kind of ticks off that box because like I said, I don't want to get into like and maybe we can dip into some of these like a little more fully, but I do want to do this before I get into my thumbnails. And then maybe we can explore some of these. So I do think like the equivalence is different. Oh, we didn't mention the other thing, which is the reasoning is different too. Like for instance, the motivation of the people protesting in Portland was protesting police overreach and brutality, right, of citizens. So it was like protesting government literally stepping on citizens and not paying attention to their civil rights and not protecting and serving the public. So whatever the response was, whether it was irrational or not, like the instigating moment was true, right? Now, keep in mind the instigating moment for people, however true they might have believed it, in storming the Capitol was a false belief in something that was thrown out of every court in the land. Like every court, Republican and Democratic, looked at the claims being put forward by the Trump administration and found that it was fictional. Like that, and also we're kind of shocked that they didn't even have the balls to call it fraud in court, right? And there was a reason for that, because any lawyer making that claim who couldn't prove it in court would get disbarred. So it's a good hint and a good signal that a person who's had a history of being kind of a con man was conning a giant swath of their followers. Now, keep in mind, like you can believe whatever you want to believe, but my point is like one set of riots was based on a true problem. And maybe it's not even a racial problem. Like it might be an actual problem of just police being overly violent, right? In scenarios where they don't have to be. And that might not even be on the police, right? Like there's a whole long discussion we could have about that. Like maybe police are being asked to do things like the war on drugs and like a bunch of other things that are overly taxing, and like some things that maybe social services should be doing, but we're giving to police officers. So they're juggling too many things. So they don't have time to train in ways to de-escalate situations, or we aren't targeting them to things where they should be escalated, right? So
right, you send in somebody with a Batman utility belt full of deadly force,
yeah,
to handle a mental health situation. Those are the wrong tools.
Yeah. And I mean, even the tools being present changes the whole situation, right? Because if Corey and I are talking in a room, it's one thing. If we're talking and it gets heated, that's a totally different thing. If we're talking and it gets heated and there's a gun in the room, that changes the whole dynamic. You know what I mean? Because like every single moment is a potential of that gun being used. And so it's like that's kind of the scenario. Anyhow, I don't want to get too into that, but my point is it's just not equivalent. So to bring that up is just feels like whataboutism. And if you hear people on the left talking about whataboutism, it's frustrating because imagine it being like I really do feel like it's the same thing where it's like if Obama were doing something, we were under the Obama administration, we're like, well, what about when George Bush? Like it doesn't just even if they were equivalent, it doesn't matter. Like if you think it was wrong for people to burn a federal building in Oregon and you actually view these as equivalent, equivalency doesn't make a right. Like two wrongs don't make a right. It's an old saying, and it's just a thing to consider. So like I said, you know, that ticks that point. The other point was talking about white guilt, as if what I was talking about was to give white guilt, and brought up like kind of like a tell people they're entitled if they didn't. Basically, the premise being like, how can you tell like a white person they're entitled if they grew up poor? And I want to be clear, I grew up poor. I grew up in a bad neighborhood. Like, I literally haven't had anything handed to me. And yet I do have privilege, right? Like I have certain privileges in the sense of like when there's rampant anti-Asian sentiment going around where people are literally picking somebody out, like, and there's a bunch of news articles around where people are literally targeting people who are Asian, any form of Asian, right? Like particularly people who lean right and are pissed because they're blaming them for the coronavirus. Right. And so they're violently beating people up for their race. And I'm in a family, right, that happens to be mixed. And that's what's mixed in the other side of like my wife and my son, like they're Asian, they're part Asian. And my mother-in-law is Asian. So it's a direct threat to the health and safety of my family. So I'm not speaking out of privilege here. I'm not speaking out of like, I'm not blaming people for not being Asian. I'm saying it sucks that I can go down the street and not have to worry that I'm going to get beat up because I'm white. And, my mother-in-law has to feel nervous walking down the street because there's a lot of Trump supporters in town. And guess what seems to be happening with a lot of Trump supporters? They seem to be targeting Asians. So I'm just saying, like, like once again, it's a false equivalence and you're changing the argument. Like you're creating a straw man argument. Like I'm trying to say you should feel guilty for being white. That's not what I'm saying. It's convenient to make straw men for an argument, but it's important when you're trying to argue or talk to somebody to actually try to hear what they're actually saying. And so my point is, I'm not saying it's bad to be a white male. I'm just saying, like, I think it sucks that I have fears that my son is going to have to put up with crap in his school that I never had to put up with. And having nothing, like I had to put up with it because I was a nerdy kid who was poor, right? Those are all kind of conditional situations. I could get out of those situations, right?
Right.
But like if my son gets clowned on because he's part Asian, like there's what can you do? Like what, get a facelift? Like that is kind of the epitome of like the privilege conversation broken down, where it's like, it just sucks that we live in a world where like somebody has a different experience simply based on the color of their skin or simply based on their race or where they're from.
Right.
And like, I'm not saying that can't exist for people who are white. I'm not saying anything honestly about white people in that conversation. So I feel like to bring that in, anyhow, sorry, it's a little heated, but that's just
no,
me.
yeah, I agree. And my son's a person of color as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know what his experience is going to be like because I haven't experienced it.
Yeah. And you can only hope, right, that it won't be bad. And like, it sucks that we're in a world where that's even a thought. Like, but here's the thing, like if that were your kid, if that were your family, it would be a thought on your mind too. And that's that. And keep in mind, like Corey has to think about that all the time too. And it's like, we don't want to think about it. We don't want to live in a world like that, but we do. And so that's the point, like that point was kind of highlighting, and why I was a little miffed. Like I'm less pissed about it today, but yesterday it was just weighing on me because I literally had a family member who felt nervous walking to a store in a good neighborhood because there's a bunch of Trump supporters out here, and there's a bunch of news articles that just came out because there's an uptick in violence against Asians. So I just wanted to clarify those things and also explain, like, please don't come at me though. Like whoever you are, like, I know I might speak like in a fashion where it might imply that I'm like educated sometimes, but it's like, I'm not from like some silver spoon family. Like I grew up poor in a crappy outskirt town in LA County. I've lived in like the ghetto of Long Beach. I've been jumped. I've been beaten for the color of my skin. Like, don't pull the entitlement card on me. and definitely don't pull the like, well, because you're poor and white, you can't have privilege. No, I've been poor and white, and I've had like a lot of privilege lacking because of my poverty, like growing up. But there are things I was born with that like somebody born in the same conditions as me would have a disadvantage just simply based on the color of their skin or like the origin of where they were born. And like to pretend that doesn't exist is not that's just not rational. So
Yeah.
And like I said, I also do this thing, and if anybody ever wants to talk about that in a stream or just be open about it, like I don't care. Come in the chat, like talk to me about it. Come, like I'll talk it out with people. I don't want to create wars online, but I also like these are things I don't feel weird about talking about, and I don't worry about like if somebody got alienated from this conversation, I don't know if I want those, like somebody would get alienated from that. I don't know if I need their money, like I don't know if that makes sense. Or like
it's possible that the commenter was talking about the comment that I said. You asked me a question, and in my response I said some words that I think could trigger some people because they've been weaponized on certain political circles, because I said I don't know what that's like because I am a straight white male living in a city full of straight white people. And I mean there is some diversity where I live, but I mean I grew up in an area where I was a minority of sorts, not racially but religiously. And now I'm not, and it does feel different. Like it is there is a difference, and I'm not conflating that with visibly having people hate me or think certain things about me because of like aesthetics. Because that's completely different. But the comment could have also been about me trying to explain like it's hard. It's easier for me because I'm not in the crosshairs of some of these conversations.
Yeah, dude. And honestly, it's easier for me too. Like I said, I don't have to worry. Like my worry, if I go to the store, is like the worry any human being has, right? Where it's like, yeah, I mean, I could get overpowered. Like I'm not the biggest guy, right? Like, so in a world where like you're not the biggest, like you always have to kind of be a little cautious about that. But that's something everyone has to think about when they go out, right? There's a bunch of things I don't have to think about when I walk down a street that like, if I were a woman or if I were like a minority, like I would have to think about, and that sucks. Like, and like, that's the only part behind that. And I know Corey agrees with that stuff, but it's like, I just think it's important to like, to highlight, and once again, not trying to hold like a person's comment to them, especially if they deleted it. Like if you deleted the comment and it was because you were like, you know what, I was a little fired up and thinking about it, that's fine too. Like, bygones are bygones.
You worded it weird and you didn't think that maybe it came across in the way that you wanted. Or whatever.
And I get that. I've done that too. I've fired off when I've been furious or something and regretted what I've said. So it's like, I get that too. But if it's one of those things where it got deleted by an algorithm or something like that, I want to be clear. Like, I'm not deleting that comment. I would have left it up and responded. But yeah, so anyhow, I also am fascinated with that kind of stuff. And in a weird way, I know it's terrible, but it's like there's a part of me that kind of enjoys the process of debate and exchange and exchanges of ideas. So like, I don't really mind kind of opening that, especially on this stream. Now, if this were indie review show, I'm not talking politics on there unless it's like a political book, if this is art casters, that's about other people and interviews and stuff like that. But this is my stream where I'm just going to talk about whatever. So I don't want to take that part off the table because it's stuff I think about. So, anyhow, so that hits that. Now I'm going to try to get going on my thumbnails. I don't know. Did any of that spark an interesting topic, or because I feel like we talked about this like ad nauseum yesterday too. So I don't like beat a dead horse, like.
Yeah, I mean, you and I talked about this offline, but I have this weird, I don't know if this is a topic, but I have this weird thing where I care about nuance almost too much sometimes.
Yeah.
I felt like I got into that position last night where I was like, I don't think I was defending things that I don't agree with, but I definitely was like pointing out uh, a lot of things that could have been taken as, but her emails, or whatever. And I was like, I don't know. After that conversation, I was like, it's not how I feel about. I don't know. I think everything I said is kind of how I feel, but I think
Yeah.
I don't know that I communicated it as clearly as I would have liked. I like to communicate so clearly that it's very difficult to be misunderstood, and almost to the point where, if you misunderstand me, I feel like it's intentional,
Yeah.
and it definitely wasn't there last night. I feel like people could easily assume lots of things that are not what I feel.
Yeah.
Because I left it wide open.
I have to say, I feel like I actually really appreciated the conversation yesterday because I was pretty heated. Like I might have sounded heated this morning, like at the beginning of this, but that's just my heat that I give when I'm like debating or something. Different kind of heat, right? Yesterday I was like truly just at a point where I couldn't think of anything other than that to talk about. Like I was that upset.
Yeah.
Because it was personal, and like when it gets, and that's what that's another thing about the entitlement thing that I think might have been misunderstood from that conversation. Because I think I mentioned like, saying you're not political is like an act of entitlement. And what I meant by that was like, if you're in a position where like politics aren't directly threatening your life or your livelihood, that's a very convenient place to be. But if you're at a point where like politics have a direct impact on your life and your livelihood, it's hard to not be political, right?
Yeah.
And so that was kind of the point there. Oh, cool. Yeah, heading to work. He always Crimson Owl always cruises by like right before work, and I like that we get to set him off. Yeah, and he just brought up a good point too. He said before I go, I do fear for my family because in-laws are Hispanic and nephew is a Hispanic guy with autism. Yeah, right. So like you got to realize like there's people out there that like literally justifiably are a little nervous about like certain things in politics, because they have real world implications. But yeah, have a good trip to work, and I'm glad I didn't freak out the people in the chats. Hopefully I haven't lost everybody. But it's but I appreciated your conversation yesterday because I felt like I was so heated that you actually were helping guide me to a more rational version of like what I was thinking. And Iris personally, I think because of our friendship, it's like I think both of us like doing devil's advocate, and it helps us develop our thoughts. And so I think like for me, I actually really appreciated that. So I can't imagine somebody taking that conversation to mean it. Like I think you were very charitable and good in that conversation. So that's my own thought on that.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, but I can definitely see how somebody could take some of the things I said in a way that I didn't intend, and I don't think it would be their fault. So, but anyway, to be clear, I think people in power dog whistling intentionally to have people killed is not okay and is one of the most vile and horrendous things that somebody can do. That's the point that I don't think I made super clearly.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is I think it's good you do that. But at the same time, like knowing you, I already know you wouldn't be okay with that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a certain standard I think we both kind of hold. So, and I would hope like, and to be honest, like I want to be clear too. I would hope that like if Biden were to pull that crap, like, there's something Biden I just read about recently that he's upped some contracting for like proxy wars. Like, but there's no actual proxy war yet, but it's a lot of weapons deals.
Yeah.
And that just happened like a few days ago. Am I happy about that? No. Like, is that acceptable? No, it's not acceptable whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. So I want to be clear too on that. Like, I hope that I will hold that standard, regardless of like whatever color the person's wearing when they're campaigning or rallying, you know?
And that's my biggest problem. The other thing I didn't like about the way I positioned myself last night was I was talking about large groups of people as if I didn't belong to any of those groups, as if I was in like some sort of higher pedestal position. Because I remember saying, well, liberals are like this and conservatives are like this and Republican. And it's like, I don't like, I don't know, I'm sure there's some sort of logical fallacy argument to that, but like, I don't like acting as if I'm somehow better because I'm at times unaligned or I'm all over the place politically on different issues and things.
Yeah.
I am both conservative and liberal, and so
Yeah.
I have all of the traits that I was talking about as well. And so I felt like I was like, in retrospect, I was like othering and generalizing and stereotyping.
No, I like, once again, I really appreciate it. It's funny. Corey Art Us just said, I love hearing you guys debate the important stuff. It's okay to debate what's personal. It shows you're empathetic, that you care, and artists who can make better art. And you're lucky you can play devil's advocate with each other. I've been in situations when that's misunderstood and it's hard to backtrack. Yeah, like I think that's always a concern. And like one of the neat things that I appreciate about my friendship with Corey is like we kind of get each other. And like I actually grew up in a family that did devil's advocate all the time too. So for me, it's kind of strange to have a conversation where that doesn't occur. Like I would be in a really uncomfortable, I would feel uncomfortable if we were talking and all we're doing is just going, yeah, man, that's messed up. Like that's not necessarily the room I want to be in, and also to be clear, like, even though I tend to talk about a lot of things that lean left, I'm also like a big fan of capitalism. So it's like, which doesn't make me popular with like very, very far left people. I'm not a big fan of unrestrained capitalism, but it's like, I definitely don't buy into the idea of like full out socialism. And that makes me a stranger to some counterparts that I know on the left. I don't think anyone's buying, like, I don't think anyone, when you talk to them, except maybe like some very extreme fringe people, like are tick off all the boxes on a party line. I would find that to be really strange too.
My problem is there are too many people that are that.
Yeah.
I feel like you had on both the left and the right in Congress and the Senate recently, there were only really a handful of people that deviated from the party line. That was exceptionally disappointing.
Yeah.
And then I feel like there are a lot of people that if the other team is in the office, they get offended at all kinds of stuff that when their team is in the office, just kind of give it a wink and a nod and kind of pass it by because they're getting what they want. The hypocrisy of that drives me crazy. Like if you're against executive overreach, you better be against it when Obama does it and against it when Trump does it. You better be against it when anybody does it, because it drives me nuts when people are like, that's the worst. And then 4 years later, their guy does it. And they're like either strangely silent or worse, they justify it somehow.
Yeah. What about why didn't you say anything when blah, 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 like that kind of thing. It kind of becomes like a hypocrites making hypocrites. So it's like, it just kind of becomes this like self-feeding system where everybody's being a hypocrite. And like I said, in our last stream or whatever, I don't think everything's equivalent. So I think both sides is important to look at. Yeah. But I also think like it's not necessarily like an A equals B situation all the time. Like it is possible that like A and B could be bad, but they're not the same, nor are they on the same level of bad. And but I do agree. And one thing I really want to work on more, just as a human being, is being more consistent with things. I think consistency is really hard to keep because there's, uh, like to have like an ethical framework, right, is easy until you have to try to apply it consistently. And then it becomes really difficult because certain ethics are really convenient until they're actually in a scenario where you're like, well, I don't know if it's unethical there. Like that's where it gets really tricky. But I do hope like and aspire to kind of try to get better with that. That's actually something I've thought about a lot this year. So anyhow, I'm working on this thumbnail. What are you working on, Corey?
Same thing I do every night, Pinky. I'm finishing up this thing with Jim Luhan.
My wife finished your sentence in the background. You can't hear her, but she said, "Try to take over the world."
We need to get her mic'd. I feel like I need some more my commentary in my life.
She keeps saying she likes not being mic'd because she can talk crap.
No, but that's exactly what I want to hear.
I know, I do too. It would be kind of great because it's kind of like on a radio show where you have kind of the comic who's just clowning everybody.
Get me a Space Ghost costume. You can mic me up.
Ooh, Space Ghost, or if you're gonna be talking crap, you're more like what's the guy's name?
In Space Ghost?
No, not Space Ghost, but the dude on Space Ghost that was like the praying mantis.
Yeah, it's I can hear his voice in my head.
Yeah, but anyhow, he was like the kind of the guy who like razzed everybody. Kind of the see, I'm blanking out on everybody's name because it's like the musician on David Letterman, the bald guy,
I never watched Letterman.
Anyhow, so there was like it's a pretty typical like late night format, right? Where you have like the kind of leader of the band who's like sitting back, but then every once in a while will chime in with like a snarky remark.
Right.
I don't know. I love it, but I do need to I don't know. I'd have to figure that out too, because that would be a challenge to kind of like if she joined the stream, there'd be all this slapback. So I wonder how we would rig that up, but it might be something to consider. Oh, Zorak, thank you. Jake Pfister came in with the bailout. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hate one thing I dislike about these late night streams is I blank out more often than I usually do, and I usually blank out a lot on names,
I have to talk this out loud because it's not making sense to me. So I'm sorry. I'll mute myself. You keep talking. No one needs to listen to me mumble.
Hey, we don't mind hearing mumbling. This is an art show where we're working on art live. I mumble to myself all the time. Yeah, Zorak was great. I miss Space Ghost. That was a great show. I actually should go down a rabbit hole and like hunt for old Space Ghost reruns. I'm wondering.
I don't think you have to hunt.
What's funny is now that Corey's muted, I could kind of like insert whatever words I want into what he's saying. It could be like the old game show, or
I'm not even saying anything intelligible. I'm literally just needing to say out loud what position of the joystick I'm binding these keyframes to. So
dude, people in the chats are helping us out. So the bald guy I was talking about.
Yeah, Paul Schaefer. Okay, yeah.
Paul Schaefer, yeah. I knew that.
I was a Leno guy. That is Kevin O'Neely. Kevin something was the Paul Schaefer equivalent on Leno.
So because I was like a Letterman guy, I traditionally couldn't be a Leno guy, because there's this whole beef. That's like a hip hop beef almost, like between Leno. And then Conan and Leno too. So I'm like, it's hard to like Leno. It's kind of like I grew up liking Stan Lee, and then you read more about Stan Lee, and then you read like different artists' take on Stan Lee, and it's like complicated. So it's hard to just be like Stan Lee's great, because it's like kind of was, but then there's like some crap,
Yeah.
I feel that way about Leno. Especially like what happened to Conan. That was some BS, man.
But I wonder a lot of the times how involved Leno was in that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you never know. And I'm sure it's like more complicated and stuff. I did hear like back in the day though that guy used to kill on stage and stand up.
yeah.
Let's see. And I do remember thinking the news clip that was pretty funny, where he'd have like these weird headlines. I think that was my favorite.
Right.
You are okay.
Okay, let's see if he's.
I just had a similar moment where I was like,
I
okay,
just
I think
I,
he's safe.
I just have to act this out. Ignore me over here. I'm trying to get an accurate bob and weave.
Love
So
it.
if he goes to the right, his arms also go with him and further. All right, that's fine.
This is interesting. If I was in the US, I'd hunt for Xavier the Renegade Angel so bad. I don't know what that means. Do you?
No.
Okay, now I gotta look this up. Xavier the Renegade Angel. Oh, okay. This is a TV series. American computer animated surrealist dark comedy television series.
Wait, what? That sounds amazing.
That sounds really amazing. I'm gonna have to check this out at some point. It's an Adult Swim thing, so it must be one I missed out on. But I'm kind of excited. And he said it's a postmodern absurdist animated show about a shaman. Oh, interesting. Okay. Fascinating.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to continue to dance over here as I try to figure out.
Well, the beauty of this show, Corey, is this is not like the IRS where we're going to have to be on point and quick. We're working on art and hanging with people in the chats, so there is no need to fill dead space.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just usually, this is the type of thing that artists do in the mirror by themselves, not on camera with people watching them. Like I remember I was in junior high one time, and this guy was like, "Hey, I'm doing this report. Would you mind like drawing this guy punching this other guy because he was writing a paper about bullying or whatever?" So like I was trying to figure out how to draw it, and so I was like feeling my bicep to get a feel for like, and he was watching me. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I just trying to figure out what this looks like." And he's like, "And you're feeling it?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I don't, it had never occurred to me that this is weird until now I'm being observed and it's weird. But before this, it just made sense to like feel it. So like when I'm animating stuff, I will often like get up and like, let me get a feel for this movement. Because if you feel it, like it's different than photo reference. Like one time you commented on the way I posed one of my characters on a motorcycle. I hadn't even thought about it, but you're like, "I love how you have them all hunched over or whatever," and I'm like, well, I've ridden on a motorcycle so much, like I know what your spine does.
Yeah.
So it was second nature to do that because I already had the feeling.
But you also, it's weird because you have the spine posture of like a guy riding a bike, but then also kind of exaggerated it. So like, it's like you kind of instantly knew the type of personality. Yeah. You're like, oh, he's got that posture. I know that posture.
Right. You know? Yeah.
I thought that was so cool. Jake was saying the writing on that show is so hilarious, which I'm excited about. And then suggest looking up clips to test out the dialogue. I like it. And then he was saying, put all the negative space in the comic boys. Yes, I should. I've been packing. It's funny. I prescribe to like a very like for like traditional cartoonists. I think the style and I have less knowledge. I have more knowledge about like indie comics than I do about mainstream, you know, like the Golden Age and Silver Age, all of that.
Yeah.
But I tend to think I think my paneling style is very if I had to align it with somebody, it'd be very like Ditko school, like the Steve Ditko style. Which
Nice
is funny.
play.
The stuff I talked about at the beginning of this, I don't know if Steve Ditko would like me. Very far right political.
Isn't Rorschach based on Ditko?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
funny
I'd
bit.
kill you then if that's.
Yeah, you can look it up on YouTube. There's a talk that Alan Moore gave about the development of Rorschach, and it's pretty hilarious. Because I guess him and Ditko used to sort of have beef. Because Alan Moore is like just kind of far out there with his political viewpoint, but it's very left. But it's just very strange and kind of amazing, and like he's a little nuts. But
I mean,
also,
he looks like he looks like he's already mailed a bomb to someone.
yeah, I mean, he's got a bit of a Manson-y vibe to him, but he's a genius, and I love like most of his writing. Although I haven't read that thing he did for Top Shelf, and I don't know if I ever will.
Which thing is that?
It's like his porno comic. I don't think I'm interested in that one.
He came out with one. He came out with one called Master Race.
Oh no. Okay, I haven't read that one either.
And it was like a take on Batman. And
huh.
No, wait, am I or no, I'm getting that confused. Sorry, that was Frank Miller.
Okay, yeah, because Miller's like politically very similar to Ditko, although I think Ditko went a little further off the deep end with it. So anyhow, he has like a talk on YouTube where he explains, and he was actually Jake's thrown it in here too, which is rad. He's saying it was developed as a parody of Ditko's Mr. A, and it's hilarious if you look up the Mr. A comics. It's like he literally is a character that will like kill people for a parking ticket. Like he's totally Rorschach. Where they have him divided, like Ditko designed him, where he has like a mask that's like half black and half white, and it's a solid line between because there's right and there's wrong and there's nothing in between. So he's like a superhero that has like no gray areas, where he's just like, that's against the law and you'll be murdered for it. Right. And it's kind of trippy. These are all comics like Ditko made way later in life. And they're really cool the way they're drawn and stuff, but it's like very like it's like somebody took Ayn Rand's ideas and just turned them up to like
weaponized,
11, you know, and just started like being like, what if you also included like a violent superhero, you know, with Ayn Randian ideals that he enforces with his fists. And anyhow, so yeah, if Mr. A did the political map, he'd surpass the Unabomber for sure. But it's an interesting clip because it kind of gets into, I guess Moore did that because he even had a conversation with Ditko about it, like where he was like, that character is a little extreme. And then Ditko was just like, no, that's just what justice should be. And he was like, okay. Kind of blogged it for a future book because he was like, that would be a compelling and frightening superhero. So a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. I love this. Jake, that comic you're working on looks cool too. That looked really nice. I gotta check this out. He was mentioning Indie Volt. Have you heard of that, Corey?
Yeah, they're mentioning that. I think in the AAA creators community.
Yeah.
I looked them up. I didn't know who they were, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I just hopped in that because I'm old and I don't understand Discord, and so I kind of hopped in there just to check things out, and everybody's like, hey, Josh. And I felt kind of put on the spot because I care about everybody in that group because like pretty much it's like our crew.
Right.
And then of course it's like, I think it was started by Marshall, and Marshall's great. And so, but it was just funny being kind of put on the spot where I was like, I don't even know how this works yet. So I don't know. I don't know how to respond to like half of these people saying, hey, what's up? So I was like, anyhow, hopefully that didn't seem like I kind of, but I do want to hop in there more. It's just I need to find the time. But Discord looks pretty cool.
Yeah, Discord's cool. I
It
like
almost feels
Slack.
like it's too much though. Like it feels like there's so many options on it where it's like it almost is like the unlimited menu problem.
Yeah, I could see that. I prefer Slack, but I also can see most people kind of moving towards Discord, at least in the illustration community. I still think design is more of a Slack-based community. But that might be me reading into things because I tend to do that, but I do feel like there's a little bit of that.
I also realized I have this guy talking with his mouth shut, and that's one of my biggest pet peeves in comics. You know, because I always try to, and this is where I'll be weird and kind of act out what I'm doing. But when I'm doing a dialogue sequence, I try to think of like a strong vowel or some like a part that's a sound that's really strong in what they're saying, so I can emphasize that in the mouth. So it's like, and this, he's probably going to be like R. So like, yeah, it's kind of what I'm going to do. We'll see if that's weird.
Figured out why nothing was working, and so maybe now
I have a pug that's heading to bed. So wait, bring back. This is my old pug. I don't know if you've ever seen him. He's pretty awesome. And this is a very sleepy old pug.
Is he in the comic?
Yeah, that's CK. Yeah, he's a very old dog. He's like running on 15.
Oh wow.
That's very old age for a dog. I forget what the equivalence is. I think it's like 7 years for. Anyhow.
Yeah, I think I heard 7 at one point.
All right, we've been at an hour. I'm going to take my 2-second break, and I will be right back.
I'm going to do the same. And I'll show you guys while I'm doing this. This isn't done yet, but here's my, let's see if I can go like that and have it not freak out. Okay, his head's still weird, but I'll be right back. Push this button now.
No way. That is amazing. That is hilarious. Dude. Oh, I wanted to split it. Oh no. There we go. I'll just kind of throw that on there. Oh, come on. There we go. I want to have that visible. So that's pretty amazing. Corey's animation is pretty awesome. He's working on he's wrapping the animation for Breaking the Chains with Jim Lujan. It's like a collaboration. My buddy Jim, who's the creator of the Swizzle Stick Army and many other properties and cartoons. But it's always fun to see. All right. Oh, I need to get that coffee refill real quick. Throw that back up full screen.
Yeah, I know what's weird about it now. His head is going up and down too much. So let's.
Jake said, I sent Corey my little art booklet, I think.
Oh, yeah, that'd be rad.
Yeah, dude. I think you can contact Corey through his site too, his website. So
Yeah, I've got a little contact form there.
that would be cool. We're always happy to get art sent. It's fun. All right, so let's see if I can figure this out. This next sequence. What's interesting, Corey, is like I can't wait to see you start working on From Hell's Heart. As nerdy as that is, I'm also excited about you getting back to your animation. But I'm like, I just love those pages so much for that story.
Oh yeah, it's fun. I like inking too. It's cool.
Yeah,
and I think I've come to the conclusion that you can't really compare comics to animation as far as like ease.
yeah.
But I am kind of excited to. I think the grass. It's that
Do you
grass
think
is always
animation's easier or harder?
I mean, right now that I'm doing animation, I think comics are easier. But I think when I'm in the middle of comics, I'm like kind of pining for animation.
Yeah,
I think it's a grass is always greener situation, because like the nice thing about animation is the way I do it, which is puppet based animation.
You want to answer that one, Corey? Sorry.
I thought for a second this was a recording. Well, hold on. It's only 2:20 a.m.
Yeah. Are you kidding? Like this is. I don't actually have work tomorrow either. I have some freelance I have to do, but I don't work Mondays. So that's cool.
I'm the same, except I only have tomorrow off because it's a holiday.
Mm.
But I do have some freelance as well. I should talk to you about that, actually.
Yeah, that the story of that is interesting. I'm not sure how much you want to give on the air of that, but
probably none of the story that I told you.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But I'm curious on if you'd be interested in doing some really rough pencils of some likenesses.
Yeah, that might be fun.
Yeah, I'll kind of play with it and see. It's been a while since I've done caricatures and likeness. I'm awake because this is the most productive time of my day when everyone else is asleep and no one bugs me, and I don't get any text messages or emails. I don't have kids that come in, and I don't have like wives I want to hang out with. I don't know why I pluralized that, but it's,
well, I mean,
but yeah. So this and also I think more clearly at the end of the day than I do at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, for me, it's like more just out of necessity. And Corey and I have talked about this a bunch. You'll notice like all of our, like Corey comes on my streams all the time. He's like, I'm not going to probably come on because it's late. And then he ends up on working.
Well, it's like, I'm not going to come on because I have a sore throat. And then you're like, let's talk about existentialism for a minute. I'm like, okay.
I literally didn't do that as bait, but it was funny because the second I was doing it, I was like, yeah, I guess this is like kind of like dangling like Corey's favorite subject like right in front of him. but anyhow, we usually work late, and I think it's for similar reasons. Both of us, like I'm an art director, and so like most of the time of the day I'm at work. Like I'm working on creative stuff with a team. And then Corey teaches like communications, graphic design, illustration, and like animation, and pretty much teaches like the swath of amazing visual communication tools he has, which is crazy. I think one of the things I liked from the Tarako cast when Corey was on was they called him the Swiss Army knife of creativity, and I actually think that's a good description of Corey.
That's an embarrassing description of Corey.
It's valid though, and it's not bad for like branding. I would grab that if I were you, Corey, because it's good. It does describe well,
I am definitely not referring to myself as I might not stop other people, but I'm definitely not gonna. That's like the cockiest thing I think you can say.
Some people call me the most brilliant cartoonist in the world, but I don't. Like, you're right, it would be a little. But anyhow, like Corey also does that for his day job, and then both of us like maintain, families. And Corey, I don't know how he does it because I have one kid, and my work time doesn't start till 9, because he's 7, and it's like I want to spend time with him, and so come hell or high water, it seems like my work time can never be earlier than 9 o'clock. And then on, like a day like Valentine's Day, of course, it's a little later. Although it does feel like it's been later a lot lately. So, but what's funny is that predates like live streaming, because this is my 22nd one of this particular stream. And I was thinking about that. I was like, is this because of the stream? And I realized, no, this is how I did the first 2 stories book, was like a lot of nights just being up till like 4 a.m. working. That's just how it gets done. So, and then to answer the caffeine question, I'm on a crap load of caffeine, and Corey does not rock the caffeine. So, which is smart.
Though I can't go to bed anytime soon because I have acid reflux, and if I eat too late at night, and if I eat crap too late at night, there's no point in laying down because I'm just going to wake up choking on my own vomit for like most of the evening.
Lovely.
And like right before I came down here, I was like, oh, I'm a little peckish, and I ate like a full second dinner of like frozen, basically Chinese food. It's like pot stickers and spring rolls and orange chicken and.
Oh, dude. You have a cohort.
Man, that is not a club that anybody should want to belong to. It is awful.
It does sound pretty cool when it's phrased as acid gang.
I might make an acid gang patch. That would be a cool patch.
It sounds like henchman for like what I think of with that is, the original, well, not the original, but like the Tim Burton Batman. The Joker in that, how he had that like posse, like the crew that like listened to Prince. Anyhow, that sounds like a name they would have, like the acid gang,
There was I made it worse. I was like, I'll take some omeprazole, which is like an acid reducer, but since I had a root beer in my hand, I just took omeprazole with root beer. I think immediately your body's like, dude, come on, really? Like, are you kidding me? Why bother? So I'm going to be up for a little bit until I stop feeling like I need to be upright, which is probably several hours off. Actually, I'll probably sleep like the mask, upright, because if I lay down, I'll die.
I love it.
Anybody get that reference? There's an out there one.
I like it. The mask is it's interesting. I living in Oregon. You're right next to Dark Horse, right? So there's a lot of people who work at Dark Horse. You meet people who work at Dark Horse. You meet cartoonists who work for Dark Horse. And there's all these tales from cartoonists about how the upper echelons at Dark Horse are super obsessed with the mask because it's like the biggest success they had and it kind of defined them. But like even to this day, they'll be like, in the mask, it's like they'll be like, what about like Hellboy and like all the other, and they're like, yeah, but the mask. Like,
okay, I want to be more clear than I was.
Okay.
Should have said mask, not the mask.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you were referencing.
No, I'm talking about the guy with elephantitis of the face.
Oh, nice.
No, Elephant Man was what I was referring to. I was making the wrong reference.
So you were rocking David Lynch.
Is that Lynch?
I think so. Wasn't it Lynch who did Elephant Man?
I don't know.
Pretty sure.
I feel like that's an old one. Has he been around that long?
Well, so he did it in black and white.
Right.
So it has a very kind of feel.
Joseph Merrick. Let's see. Elephant Man film. Oh, 1980. That's way more recent.
Yeah, it was like in the 80s, and it was kind of a big deal that it was in black and white because at that time, like nobody kind of, well, except in the 70s, like this is the thing.
Yeah, it was Lynch.
One thing that baffles me is like the 80s were so interesting in the sense that was shocking in the 80s because it was black and white, right? Because they were like, you just can't have a black and white film in this era, you know? But then like you backtrack like 5 years from then, and it's like some of the most experimental filmmaking ever done. Like,
yeah,
you know, where you had like tons of films being made in black and white intentionally, and like all these art house films that were like mainstream, you know, like The Godfather was like one of the biggest budget films of the time. It's just a weird era to think back on, where you're like, it's like people kind of forgot that could be successful for a little bit. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, boom. Just have Corey throw up a rainbow. Ooh.
Okay, here's a topic that we could get into.
Are we going to get into
how many vomit stories do you have? Because I have more than any one person should have.
Oh my gosh. Well, see, because I was not the wisest young man, I have a lot, but they're really drinking related.
Mine are all, I was all 100% sober. One time I went to a family reunion at, I think it might have been Navajo Lake, either Lake Powell or Navajo Lake, like southern Utah, northern Arizona area. And I had a relative who at the time was doing quite well. And then since, anyway, the 80s were not kind to him. But anyway, one of my uncles had made everybody peach cobbler in a crock pot. Not a crock pot. What do you call the cast iron thing that you cook with coals? What is that? It's not a crock pot. You do it when you're camping or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but I think I know what you're talking about, kind of.
Hold on. Cast iron camping Dutch oven.
What's it called?
He made Dutch oven, but he had read.
Oh, okay.
He had read that have you ever had Dutch oven stuff?
No.
It's like a stupidly complicated way to cook stuff. But anyway, it's like this like 3/4 to full inch thick cast iron pressure cooker that you basically just bury in the middle of a fire and like slow cook stuff. Anyway, it tastes good. High iron content if you're anemic. So because you're literally cooking it in an iron thing. Well, he had heard that it's bad to clean your cast iron stuff with soap.
Oh, lovely.
And so he hadn't made anything for about a season. And whatever he had made in the last, he didn't quite get it all off. And so everybody who had some of his peach cobbler got food poisoning. But I have like an exceptionally violent vomit reflex. So I wasn't feeling super great. And so I was sleeping in the tent. I was like, I'll just go sleep in the van. So I just kind of I was just kind of asleep, a little bit tilted back in the passenger side of my parents' minivan. And I woke up like mid-vomit, like it was rising up my esophagus. And I just opened the door and fell out of the car. Like I was falling as I was vomiting. And so I threw up so hard that as I was falling down, I completely cleared an arc of vomit over the next vehicle parked next to us and hit the other one. So there's like a car that I missed, and I shot like 5 feet and just destroyed this other car.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that's one of my, that's what I thought of that because Jake said just have Corey throw up a rainbow. And
I'll tell one because none of mine are that interesting. When I was a kid, as I mentioned at the top, like I was not like the wealthiest kid in the world. So when I went through my rebellion stage, and I grew up in Lancaster, California, and if anybody has any doubts about that place, just look up our crime rate. So not the best, and I wasn't on the best side of town. But anyhow, so when we started sort of getting into bad things, we got into bad things that are pretty typical, like 40s and a thing called Cisco. And And the best explanation I can make to like, anyhow, so I had a friend, his family was out of town. We, like obnoxious, rebellious teenagers, decided to get a bunch of Cisco. And I think the reason we thought of Cisco was like there was like a NoFX song where it talked about Cisco. And we were like,
Cisco is some kind of alcohol?
it's, if you want to call it that. So there's like a form of alcohol that a lot of teenagers get into that is like barely alcohol. It's pretty much like battery acid with alcohol in it. Like,
Okay.
And so like there's a kind called malt liquor that's like, you know, that's like 40 ounces and stuff. So like Mickey's, like Old English, that kind of stuff. You usually like would drink it in a paper bag or something like that. And then
I've heard of these things referenced in music. That's
yeah. So
my only frame of reference. I've heard the number 40 before.
No, totally. So you know what a 40 is, but it's like, so Cisco is like weird because it's like malt wine. Like it is just this, it almost looks like it's like a very high alcohol content version of like Bartles and James wine coolers that but it tastes like you're downing like 5 bottles of NyQuil. So it's horrible. And as a kid, I just was like drinking this, and as this is like a teenager, which you shouldn't drink as a teenager, but I did. And this was one of my early drinking experiences, was like downing just a bunch of this Cisco, which is just this red, like cherry liquid. And because I hadn't drunk much, I think I ended up like complaining about our parents not being there, and very publicly in front of a bunch of people. Some of these people being like people who knew how to like roll honey blunts, and you know, were pretty like pretty rough around the edges type people.
What is a honey blunt?
Oh my gosh. See, now I'm talking about my stupid youth. A honey blunt is where you buy a cigar. You know, people will get like a cigar, like a lot of the times you just get like a cheap cigar, you know, and then like you basically use a razor blade, you cut the cigar like along the edge, and then you spill out the tobacco from the cigar. You load it with, you coat it with honey, and then you load it with weed, and then you roll it, and the honey helps it stick, like when you roll. So that is called a honey blunt. So you're rolling a blunt with so
with honey, the adhesive. All right.
By the way, don't do that now. Like I don't do that now. I will occasionally have like a beer, like on a very rare occasion, but I do not. I just got bored with weed like at a young age, which is funny because a lot of people, when I was in college, by the time, like that's when a lot of people get into that as like art school and college. And by the time I was there and everybody was getting into that, I was kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I'll probably laugh a lot and then just kind of, like it's not really a thing I enjoyed at that time. But as a kid, anyhow. So the point being, I drank a bunch of Cisco, made a fool out of myself as a kid who could not handle my liquor, and then passed out in a pool of just red because of the fact that it's like I said, it's like downing a bunch of NyQuil. Just imagine a vomit-soaked bed that is like a literal ocean that you are laying in, and it's just red, like dye-colored red. And then I didn't live that down for like 3 years because I was around all my bandmates too. I was in a band with the guys. Like one of them had to help me clean it up and stuff. So I think that's also a really good cautionary tale as to like drinking in your teens, not necessarily like the most glamorous of things. I did have some fun stories from those times, but that's how boring all my vomit stories are. Because I never had like I don't get motion sickness. I don't get sick on rides. Like I don't get car sick.
I got food poisoning on a shoot one time.
On a shoot.
So I was on a
Explain.
I was on a shoot in Galveston, Texas.
Sorry, I was thinking.
Oh,
You're
not
talking about a shoot. Like I thought you were talking about like shoots and ladders shoot. I was like, what kind of shoot? Like, what are you? Okay, I get what you're saying.
going down a slide.
Film
No.
shoot.
We were in Texas, and the guy I was with was like, "We got to have some real Texas barbecue," and I was like, "All right, whatever." And I wasn't in the mood for barbecue because I'm gonna be like holding a boom pole all day or operating like a Steadicam vest, and I'm like, okay, you can get like loaded down with like really heavy foods, but like you're just wandering around with a clipboard. I have to like work, so I made the mistake.
Barbecue though is so good.
I know, but it's not worth feeling gross on the job, you know? And so I made the mistake. I'm going to show you this while I'm talking. I made the mistake of ordering fish at a Texas barbecue joint. And it wasn't like a chain. It was like a real hole in the wall. Like they probably built it out of like an old barn that like fell over and they just reclaimed the wood. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So anyway,
Yeah, that is working.
yeah, so he's bobbing and weaving. Long story short, I ordered fish, and I should have. I have two rules because of this story. One is if the waitress or waiter hesitates or looks concerned when you order food, change your order. Because she was like, she just paused, like, "Oh, okay," and I was like, "Oh, that's kind of a weird response to something that is on your menu." You know, I think they just had this fish forever, and no one orders fish.
Yeah.
Place. The other thing is, I don't order things that the restaurant is not known for. So
Yes.
like, if the restaurant is known for fish, I am not going to order steak.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if the restaurant is known for barbecue, don't order fish. So anyway, I was trying to have
This is
something
wisdom,
light.
ladies and gentlemen, wisdom.
I know it's like it's so stupid now, but like I was in my mid-20s. So I got the worst food poisoning, and I threw up before I ran out of things to throw up and started dry heaving 27 times in the hotel.
Oh, dude.
I vomited so hard in the toilet bowl that not only did I almost like give myself a concussion, like, you know how you just like hunch over?
Yeah.
It was like doing a push-up trying to force my head away from the bowl as the rest of my body was trying to curl me into like a C and fold me in half. But I threw up so violently that I displaced most of the water in the toilet bowl onto the floor. And so it was like, it like went down in, and then the water was like, whoa! And so it like hit the walls and then landed. And I'm laying on the ground because it's tile, and I'm like, it feels so good because it's cold. And I see this like toilet water vomit start slowly creeping towards me. And I just like, I remember just reaching up and grabbing 2 towels and slowly rolling them into like a barrier, like sandbags in a flood. And I just stayed on the ground, just hoping that my rolled towel barrier would keep the toilet water vomit away from me.
Oh my goodness.
It didn't. And I just stayed there all night because I felt like I was going to die.
That's classic. I do like that advice that you were giving. I would add on to it, like a really great thing if you're going to a new restaurant is actually ask them what their best food is.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, like most waiters or waitresses tend to be pretty open about that. Like they'll be like, "This is good." And if you go like, or if you just ask like, "Hey, would you recommend this?" Like,
I'll ask nowadays. I got food poisoning so often, and it's so awful. I'll ask now, "Hey, anything I should stay away from?" Yeah, you might want to stay away from the lamb. You know, we don't serve a lot of lamb, so I wouldn't get that here. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good
Because
to
most
know.
people who work at a restaurant are pretty familiar with what they serve. What's hilarious to me still to this day, and I'm always going to tease about this because this is just absurd to me that there are other states that think they have Mexican food in the U.S. other than California.
Well, like Texas, Arizona.
Yeah, but like Texas, kind of. It depends on which side of Texas.
Sure.
Texas is good, and then Arizona, no. Like Arizona does not have Mexican food. And then
Wait, Arizona borders Mexico.
I know. There's spots in Arizona, but it's like not the
like Phoenix doesn't have Mexican food, but like the border does.
Yeah, kind of. There's different flavors. I mean, you know what's interesting? New Mexico has comparably good Mexican food, although it's crazy different. And then you're right, like once it's in the border area, but really, like I've had supposed Mexican food in Arizona, and it was horrible. And it was from like a person who worked at a very giant company there who would be hip to whether it was good or not, who was kind of giving us the recommendation, like this is easily like the best. So I've had that experience every time I've been out of state, and I've never had decent Mexican food outside of California or Mexico. But that might just be me. You're right, though. There are parts of Texas because when I was a kid, I lived in Fort Worth, which isn't like super far away from what I recall.
Yeah.
And they had okay Mexican food, but it's still not the same. SoCal just has great Mexican food.
Yeah.
But anyhow, yeah, that's one of those ones I'm not going to trust the local. Like if I'm in Seattle and I'm talking to a waiter and I'm like, yeah, what's your best food here? Then they're like, it's the burritos or the tacos. I'm like, no, that's not going to be your best food.
You just know this person's opinion doesn't hold weight.
Well,
what I love is
sometimes I'll entertain them and be like, okay, I'll try it out. And then I'm like, this is,
what I like is when you go back east or down south or something, and it's like I grew up in California. I know what Mexican food is. You know, like I actually worked landscaping with like Mexicans. They were like friends, and like their wives would like cook us lunch and stuff. Like I'm not talking about restaurant Mexican food. I'm talking about like Mexican food.
Yeah.
And you go back east, and they're like, "Yeah, we got some tacos. Would you like some tacos?" And I'm like, I do not want some tacos. Because there's absolutely no way that whatever you think is in that tortilla is going to taste good, because you said taco. So
yeah,
no,
and it might be likely that they'll say tortilla.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man, that's interesting. Though. I do remember as a kid there was a place. I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna look this up now, and then I gotta get focused.
I like how you keep saying you've got to get focused, and we're just talking about random crap.
Okay, so let's see here. I want to look this up. Casa Bonita. I remember this as I'm going to look up Texas. As a kid, we used to go to a place called Casa Bonita. That was near. Yep, there it is. Fort Worth, Texas. Casa Bonita. Former chain restaurants. So there was this cool. Okay, I was just confirming that wasn't a false memory or like a memory from like when I lived in California, you know. So there was this chain called Casa Bonita, and it was so cool. You'd go there as a kid, and it was like a whole themed indoor restaurant. So you go in, and it was like almost like you were in a cave. And it's cool because from the outside, it just kind of looks like a mission or something, you know, like it's just like a big mission style building.
Yeah.
And then you go inside and it's like a cave, and there's like a fake outdoor seating area. That's kind of like if you've ever been to like Disneyland and you go to like the restaurant that's right by Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh yeah.
That fake outdoors kind of environment. So it had that and like magic shows and all these crazy things. Jake, thank you for Jake's taking off. Thanks for cruising by. Make sure you're subscribed and hit the bell and all that so you're notified when we're about to go live, because it was fun having you in the chats.
I just want to point out, Jake was here for the entire conversation swing from like something serious as the nuance between Portland and the insurrection on the Capitol to Tacos and everything that was
everything between the puke, the vomit he bore with us. So thank you, Jake. That was fun, man. That is funny that they were curious why we were up so late, though. I guess it makes sense. We're relatively strange-houred people. I wonder how common that is with creatives, because I tend to think a lot of us probably did a lot of drawing at night as kids.
I didn't.
Draw at night?
I read a lot. I didn't draw that much. I mean, I really started drawing when I was about 32. I drew a little bit here or there, but I was never one of those to like fill sketchbooks or draw. I mean, I was pretty social.
Joke, and I don't want it to come across as anything but a joke, but I was going to go, yeah, that shows. Like just as a joke. Because it totally doesn't. But
yeah, I can see that.
How wrong would it be if you're like, yeah, I only started drawing at 32. Oh, that explains.
Wow, that explains so much.
Which is not usually the response, because I think when you tell that story of how late you started, it's kind of shocking because you do have a power style that kind of doesn't. I wouldn't have guessed that.
It's all tricks. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Well, isn't everything?
I still have no idea what I'm doing.
I had a similar thing though. Like I'd get, Corey Us is also bailing. It's almost 2:00 and he's wiped. Portland to Puke to Tacos. Well done, dudes. Thank you for coming in. And once again, make sure you're subscribed. You hit the bell, all that, so you can get notified when we're about to go live again. And also
check us out tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're up late, like not late, but like 9 p.m.
Significantly earlier than this.
Yeah, tune it into the IRS, the Indie Review Show, which you can check out at irsagency.com. But we'll be reviewing a book, and it's a much more formatted show, but it should be a lot of fun. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. That's fun. I like having new people in the chats. It's enjoyable.
I've seen Corey Artists around though.
Yeah, I have too. I feel like he popped in something before.
I know I recognize him. I'm trying to place him though.
It's a good name, that Corey name. He's got it with an E though. Corey with an E.
Yeah, he's getting all fancy.
Mm-hmm. Adding those extra letters.
Okay, this is what I just figured something out and I love it. I rarely get excited about stuff that I make, but this looks to me like, without looking at his feet, that he's doing some really fancy footwork.
Yeah. I like that. It almost looks like he's doing a little jig.
Yeah, it's like slower in the stream than it is in person. But
that's so rad, dude. I'm excited you guys are so far on that too.
Yeah, I'm going to be wrapping it soon, and he said he'll have about a week, maybe a little bit longer, and it'll be done. Because I don't know how many people know this, but he does all of his own music, like composes it all, and then does all the sound design and everything.
Yeah, dude. And the other thing is, like, the thing I like about Jim, especially with his sound design, is he doesn't like half commit. It's like if he's making a song that's like a new wave song from the 80s, it's like authentically like everything about it sounds like new wave from the 80s. It's like if he's doing like a bit that's like now I'm blanking out, but like the composer for like all those westerns, what's his name, who did like the guitar solos for all those western films in like the 60s. Anyhow, like
I'm useless when it comes to music.
Yeah, but if he's doing like that vibe, it's like he'll actually do that like completely authentically. It's very cool. Yeah, I think Jim's music and voice acting is some of the like biggest strengths of his cartoons, or that just the like it's so cool. Anyhow,
All right. So I've already got 4 scenes rendered.
nice, dude. I've got to look up the apartment sequence again because I have to flash back to that. One thing that's great about working on a piece that's as long as like the book I'm working on, it's like if you have to draw an environment, there's a good likelihood you've already drawn it.
Now, for your pencils, are you copying and pasting those over, moving them around?
Sorry, what?
For your roughs and thumbs, are you copying and pasting those over?
Totally. Yeah. If it depends, but it's like it's definitely one of those things where I think if you pull that too often in a comic, it can suck.
Yeah.
But I think if you change up your viewpoints too often and then you go to like a familiar setting before and it's a different angle, it can kind of distort and throw off the ability to follow it. So like there's kind of in a weird way, I think when you're working with comics, it's kind of similar like music in the sense that you can kind of riff and repeat.
Yeah.
And so like if you're going to like, it's sort of like if you're composing music for a film, like every time Princess Leia shows up on a screen, you have Leia's theme, right?
Right.
It kind of brings you back to like her storyline and her character. I think it's similar to that, like where you can kind of sample different backgrounds and like you don't want the angle to shift too much when you go back to a scene because it won't be kind of like lodged in the memory of the person. So
right.
That's a long-winded way of saying yes, I do copy sometimes with previous panels. But there's a certain kind, and I could imagine that being similar to the animation, where sometimes in animation you've built background assets. So like the next time you do an animation in that world, it takes less time because you have backgrounds already worked out for scenes.
Yeah.
In theory. Did we ever get that answer from you? Whether you, oh yeah, you were just saying you would think it's comics that are easier than animation until you do comics, and then you'll think it's animation.
Like right now, I'm like, boy, I really wish I was doing a comic so that I could relax and take it easy. But like I remember doing comics and like I was like trying to get a face right or something, which faces are really hard for me. And I'm like, boy, I wish I only had to draw this face once and then I could just plop it on whatever model I had and it would look great the whole time because I drew it once instead of 15 times on this page or whatever. So, yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, different challenges, you know. I still think animation's more work, though.
I don't know. I think traditional animation is more work. But I mean, I literally don't have to redraw these characters over and over again.
Well, that's true. I guess, yeah.
I mean, once you rig a character from a certain angle, if they're not doing anything crazy, you can just keep going back to that and just stick it in different scenes and reposition it in different ways. And, you know, it's not like you build a marionette for every different scene. You've got the one marionette, you've got the strings. He does what you make him do. And then, you know, you can make him do other things, but you don't have to like make it again.
Yeah. So, I could see that.
But I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything. I'm trying to figure out if this guy has. Give me this character with his shirt on. That's what I need right now. So here's something I've noticed about Jim. That guy does not do easy things. Like, yeah. It's like every cartoon, he's got huge crowds in restaurants, costume changes. Like the
Yeah.
amount of like thinking I have to do of like, does this guy have his shirt on or off at this point? Like, it's like most people are like, this character looks like this, and they don't change. And you've got one environment, and there's two people in the cartoon.
Yeah. Dude, that is pretty, yeah, he gets pretty ambitious, like with just the amount. Like I was thinking about what was the Lars Lazarus one?
Uh-huh.
Where it's like there's so many different sequences and locations and right crowd scenes, and yeah, you got to give him credit for that. Like that's pretty ambitious, you know. Yeah, because like I was just barely dipping into animation, and yeah, the more you have it
Oh, did you freeze?
involved in it.
I don't know if I'm freezing or you're freezing.
I did freeze. That's crazy. Are you back? Can you hear me?
Back. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I kind of felt something weird happened there. I wouldn't put it past my cable company for that to be me.
Okay, there we go. All right. So this one, and then this one. Boom. Good gravy.
It is funny that we keep both hitting these points where it's like we're talking to ourselves whilst working. But I think that's the nature of doing this stuff, because I think if like I even thought about that when doing the stream, like when I was initially doing it, because it's like there's a part of me that's like not comfortable with like streaming and talking and drawing. Yeah. And to be comfortable with it, I have to just accept that like there's going to be dead air. And kind of just be comfortable with that, you know, which is pretty interesting. It also doesn't hurt that I like talk too much anyway, so
yeah,
a benefit.
That helps quite a bit. Okay, so that's the head. I'm gonna have them look back and forth.
Do your kids like do Minecraft or anything like that?
My daughter did Roblox for like a week, and then I was like, I'm not cool with any time that she is able to like live chat with people on the internet. And so I was like, you know what, let's try Minecraft, because there's like a way that you can play that where it's not connected to other people.
Yeah, for sure.
And she didn't like it. She thought it was kind of boring. So I tried it for, I don't know, like 30 minutes just to try to see if I could, like, you know, because I want her to be able to do stuff. And I feel like Minecraft it's an interesting game because it involves a lot of like building and
yeah, for sure.
Stuff. And so I think it can be cool. But she didn't really get into it. So, and then my son is just any character that will jump. He's just like, play dad, play jump game, play dad, play jump game. And it's like literally Mario Brothers, Metroid. His new favorite is Scott Pilgrim, that he calls Soup Zoom Poogum.
Yeah, that is the best.
Dad, play Soup Zoom Poogum. Yeah,
and I still think you need to figure out a way to, like, when you do Hell's Heart, have a character named Soup Zoom Pilgrim.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have a Soup Zoom Poogum somehow.
Because I mean that's just great, and like no one would know other than you. And then like you could tell people, oh, I also threw a character. You know, my son named that. That'd be awesome.
Soup Zoom Poogum.
Because it does sound like a interesting sort of sci-fi-ish name, you know?
Yeah, it almost sounds like Fin Fang Foom or somebody like that.
Yeah. So my son's like really into it. Like he loves Minecraft, like in creative mode, which is and similar thing. He liked Roblox initially, and then very quickly I saw there's a chat and people were saying some stuff in there where I was like, I don't care if he's not even in that chat. I just don't want him reading all that crap,
Yeah.
because it's like guys my age, like, or maybe they're not, maybe they're just kids, but they're like, using language I don't particularly think a 7-year-old should be.
Well, we had a teenager up here, 17. 14, who somebody drove up from Arizona and just stole her right off. She was taking the trash out, and he just threw her in a truck and drove off. I got an Amber Alert about it, and I looked into it, and he had been grooming her on some video game.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you got to be really careful with that kind of thing. So that's one of the reasons I like Minecraft, was just like it's not, like the modes he plays in, there's no chat or anything like that.
Right.
But what is cool is he's also figured out like coding on it. So there's like an app that allows him to like code different stuff and like make different actions happen and stuff. And I saw him the other day and he's literally putting code in there. And I was like, oh, like this is insane. He's building his own levels and like, with like their own little instructions and stuff. It's really cool. Seeing what he's learned in like a very short amount of time on it. I've been really impressed by it. So far I feel pretty okay with him playing it,
Yeah.
But yeah, I was impressed by the game. I am afraid of that game, so I'm going to keep my distance.
Of Minecraft?
Yeah.
It is horrifically boring. As somebody who really enjoys video games, I don't understand the appeal.
Yeah, I don't know. I worry with any video games that I might get hooked.
I'll tell you, knowing you, I could list 2 or 3 video games that you would get absolutely lost in. One is Breath of the Wild, which is the newest Zelda game. It is. I've spent way too much time, probably 150 hours in the last.
That sounds like a proper Zelda game, though. So like Zelda's always been that game where it's like you're going to invest lots of time on this game.
Yeah. It's great, though. That game's awesome. And then I don't know if you like sports games or not. This game is kind of a sports game, but it's more of like a physics-based game. It's called Rocket League. Yeah,
you've talked about that a lot, and it looks pretty fun.
It's a lot of fun. I have kind of, I don't want to say I've given it up, but it's been maybe a month since I've played it.
Yeah.
And that's just because I've just gotten to the point where it's like I'll play. I bought the Switch. This doesn't make sense to most people, but I bought the Switch to play less video games.
That makes sense.
And it worked out really well, actually.
If it's a system that's less prone to like lead to like long bouts of time on it, then
no, it's still long bouts of time, but it's upstairs.
Got it.
Not my studio, and so like when I'm doing family time, if we're just hanging out, you know, sometimes I'll jump onto Mario Kart with Scarlett, or I can talk to people while I'm playing, or there's like like we all play Scott Pilgrim.
That makes perfect sense, actually.
And then when I'm done hanging out with everybody, I can come downstairs and I don't bring it with me.
That's smart. Yeah, I am trying to gamify things in the sense of like it's hard though, and I do think playing video games is fun. I actually got my kid into Techno Bowl on the NES.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was so cute. It's like I kind of will just cream him on it, because he's a kid. He doesn't know what plays are in football and stuff.
Right.
But I realized, like, so I'll kind of cream him a little bit, and then every once in a while I'll just be like, suddenly like my running back's running backwards. And he's like, I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Something happened with the remote. He's just running backwards. I'll kind of let him But what's cool is there were a couple times where he got like straight up interceptions.
Oh, that's cool.
And I was like, that's right. Because that's a good game to like learn a football. Because if you had like Madden or something, he just wouldn't be able to.
Right.
But I don't mind sports games. I have the problem with games where I'm a completist. I'm a person who likes finishing stuff. And so I'm very prone to that addictive thing of like the forever cycle of a game where I will just I'll keep pulling the slot machine kind of thing with games.
So never play Dead Cells.
Yeah.
Because they're still developing new stuff that you can do in that game.
Mm.
It seems to be an endless cycle of like, and now there's this new thing.
Mm.
But do you know what a roguelite is?
Roguelite? No, I don't.
So roguelite is a type of video game where you try something and then when you die, everything resets, so you're never playing the same game.
Oh, crazy.
So like they set rules and the game like randomizes the levels according to these rules. And so anyway, it is incredibly addictive and super fun. And it's like it's just a side scroller, which you think would be not that entertaining, but there's like hundreds of different weapon combinations and stuff. And you're like this dead pile of like corpse that's been reanimated, and then you're running through this dungeon situation trying to defeat these people, and you just it's like an endless series of like which combination of like 4 weapons is going to be the best combination, and it's like strategy based. And anyway, it's incredible. But like I have so many different weapons, and like I on that one, it's almost embarrassing to say this out loud, but on that one, like during lunch, like sometimes I would like look up strategies on YouTube and like watch people talk about like the best strategy for the game.
Nice.
And I'm like, yeah, I might be spending too much time on this game.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's like I actually don't think it's wrong for people to play video games. I actually think it's awesome. For me as a creative, it's like, and we talk about this all the time, but it's like trying to find that balance of how, and also trying to find ways to gamify the art process. So like that becomes psychologically in my head, the game, you know? And one of the things that I'd like to start doing is like spend the time that I would on something like that. Like I have this silly ambition to try to put out an album every year, like an audio album. And so that'll be my video game. If I have like a free moment, I kind of want to do that.
So you have such impressive goals. Because like I'm never going to be like I won a tournament in season 1 of Rocket League, and people are going to be like, oh, great, because I did. Like I was, I took first place.
That's something you've been wanting to say, so you should. That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, it was cool, but at the same time, it's like I'm not good.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I can beat like other people who casually play.
Yeah.
But you know, like there's in my 40s, there is never a chance that I would get to the point where I'm competitive in that game.
Yeah.
It's too popular, and there's too many 15-year-olds with faster reflexes and sharper eyes. You know, I just couldn't. And they are dedicating
hours
a day. You know,
well, they're dedicating like the kind of time that we, when we were kids, were dedicating. Like, you know, I can't even count, and I had limits on how much video gaming I could do as a kid. But I swear, like if I count how many hours I poured into Mario 3 alone, it's like if you talk to me when I was like 9, I could kick the crap out of almost any adult on an NES, because it's just like just the time invested. Like there's just no way they could know, you know. Whereas you'd be like, oh, you just kicked the turtle shell here, you know, and it's like there's a bunch of stuff you just can't know without like investing that amount of time.
Right.
However, I think it's like for me, the music thing wouldn't be like an ambitious like career sort of thing. That would literally be for fun because that equally is
I'm
not
not
a
saying
way
that's a
where I
career,
can
but I'm
compete.
saying like when people hear that, that's something that people can respect. You know, like they're like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I don't know. I think it's pretty cool to win a tournament. I'm going to be right back. We're at the 2nd hour mark, and I am still going to be working, but I just need a refill of my cup and a little break. So I'll be back in like 2 seconds. All right. But Corey, I know you would relate to this, which is the frustration of being creative. Like once you start opening those doors, is time limits. Because it's like if I had 2 of me, I could do like a song a day. Like I could do, you know, like animations, like actual films, like endless graphic novels. You know, it's like there's so much I want to do, and there's just so much limit on the time where it's like half of the time it's just a juggling act of like, okay, after 9, what can I invest in, and then like what's going to have the best term for my investment create.
I feel like that's the premise for several movies.
And not monetarily. What could
be? I said I feel like that's the premise for like several movies. Like, is it duplicity, multiplicity, or something where he like starts making copies of himself?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I would love to have like.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a profound thought, you know.
Right. I like copies of myself, but I would love like a time turner.
Yeah, me too.
Like if I could have a time turner where I was like, all right, I'm going to put in my 8 to 10 hours at work, and then I'm going to wind back time, and I'm going to spend 8 to 10 hours at the drawing table. And then I'm going to wind back time again, and I'm going to spend 8 to 10 hours animating. And like you just live every day 3 times in 3 different timelines. That would be awesome.
Yeah, but you get to somehow keep the result. Yeah. You get to keep the result of all the timelines, but
right.
Yeah, that would be great too, because then it's like, and we'll go on vacation with family the same day, and I'll go to work and kill it and do awesome there. Because I think like, you know, that becomes the battle of most creatives, like this shifting just really like just a brazen limit on time, you know? There's an interesting ethics question about that. Have you ever heard that one? The ethics game on that?
No.
So it's it's the I guess like the clone dilemma. So it's like if you could clone yourself, I don't know where this leads either. It's just one of those questions of ethics, but if you could clone yourself, right, and literally, you know, your soul is like part of it. Like if every neuron, every part of you could be copied, like a physical file copy of, you know. And every let's say like you created a clone, and then at the end of the day you destroyed the clone. Would that murder?
Yeah. Well, that's The
It
Prestige,
goes,
right?
it gets heavier. What's up?
Okay. The Prestige.
Yeah,
Have you
it's
seen that?
totally. I mean, it's
Yeah.
the basis of a lot of sci-fi, right?
Yeah.
But it gets heavier. Like, so could you imagine if, like, so technically, like your consciousness, right, has something to do with you being alive, but like there is a point in time where like most human beings, right, are like asleep, right,
Yeah.
and when like, they there are times where they don't dream, and so it's like not existing for like a very brief period of time. So if you
Yeah.
could imagine or postulate like a situation where every time you go to sleep, you are cloned, copied with all of your memory of you, like that clone basically murders the old version of you, and you wake up unaware.
Okay.
So that's a possible situation. Ethically, would that be right? Because technically, it's the same you, it's the same memories. It's
Right.
you know, and if that could like extend your life or something like that, like would that be ethical? It's an interesting, weird conundrum, and I don't personally feel like heavily invested in any answer on it because it's just kind of a fun little ethics question, but it's not one of the heavy ones like the train
Oh,
or
yeah.
anything.
Those are
But
terrible.
but yeah, so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, being religious, I find it challenging.
Yeah, it's a challenging premise, right?
It's a challenging premise because I don't know how science would create a soul, right? So, like, I
Yeah,
understand how you can create physical matter and cloning and things like that. But the real challenge for me is, um, if an artificial intelligence has all of the attributes of humanity, is it alive? Does it have a soul? Is the clone of you being an exact replica? Does it have a soul? Like, at that point in time, I feel like you're kind of moving into the realm of like being God, which becomes problematic on a whole different level.
yeah,
So
for sure.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's not okay. Like the other ethical dilemma is like if I
Because I
make
mean,
a
this is definitely like I agree. Like I don't actually personally believe that we could get there, and I think if we got there, it would be like an illusory version of that, like where on its head it would look like a replica of a person, but there would be something missing about the personhood. And so I think I have a feeling, this is if it were a real thing. The closest we get is like an automaton that by all appearances seemed to have a soul, but would basically be like kind of like the version of automaton we have now, just way more complicated, where it's like, you talk to Siri and there's times where like Siri might seem like a person, but it's all programmed. um
Yeah, and then you've got like Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen,
yeah,
who says a dead body and a live body have the exact same number of molecules.
yeah,
Like the matter is the same. There's something about life that he's trying to figure out.
yeah,
It's like I don't know what the difference is, you know. But I'm gonna go. He's like life is interesting. I think I'm gonna go create some. Like he's like I'm gonna go see if we can solve this problem.
yeah,
But like that's an interesting thought that like an animate or inanimate body can physically be the same. There's just something in it that makes it move and live, and something in it that makes it not move and not live. To
yeah,
me, that's a soul. It's the spirit.
yeah,
It's the
agreed.
right. But to science, I wonder. I do believe that God works within natural laws
Yeah,
that He has created, and so it would be really interesting to get a scientific answer for what that is. Is it electrical impulse?
yeah,
Is it the whatever? And I think you're kind of moving into the mind versus brain, organ versus
yeah.
consciousness type thing. So I don't know.
It's a
like
weird one, but I like it as an experiment. So like in the experiment, you would just kind of pretend that it literally is like a carbon copy of yourself. So by all means, it would wake, like in the scenario of the sleep, it would wake up with all of your memories. It wouldn't even remember the replacement.
Yeah.
It would just literally be like a carbon copy of your own consciousness, which is insane and I think highly improbable. But yeah, that would bring a whole weird, interesting ethical dilemma, and I have no idea what the answer is. I
think the answer for me would be that would be murder.
Yeah, I think that's where I tend to sway too.
I mean, like it's not okay to kill your identical twin.
Yeah.
But also, I think it would be murder if you were able to like somehow, like there's another sci-fi thing, so I can grow like a farmed version of myself if I ever need like a kidney, like the island, type of thing, where it's like you're just here as like a organ donor for the
You're
main
a surrogate, yeah, like surrogate donor. I find that that one's interesting. It's a funny one though. I mean, it's not funny, but it's just a funny to think about, like challenging, weird question. And I don't really, I think I do sway on the side of it. It would be wrong regardless. But it is kind of interesting. I don't know. I love those X things. I don't know how far a lot of them lead, but they're always interesting. I think they are a good framework for like what your own personal lines are in the sand,
I mean, if you're a nihilist or a pure existentialist who buys into the part of existentialism that deals with the absurd,
the darker parts of existentialism. I mean, it's all dark, but it's like that gets really dark.
That's the part of existentialism where I'm an existentialist, except I believe in God, and I do believe in like a right and a wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, Sartre had, and I always don't know how his name's pronounced, if it's Sartre or Sartre, but I always just say Sartre. But he had like a kind of split option for existentialists, where he was basically saying there's two ways to go. You could go like the route of like there is no God, or there is a God, and kind of be an existentialist. And there's two kind of different diverging roads. And I used to be on the there is no God road. Of course, I'm not there anymore. I'm like a pretty outright Christian, but it's like at that time, like, it led me to some really dark conclusions, where I was like, at that time, had you talked to me, I would have very openly just been like, morality is literally like, it sucks that it's that way, but there is no real morality. Like there's just kind of what society agrees on is moral or not. And there's a whole bunch of weird stuff, but it used to bug me because like the ethics question is really hard when it comes to like pure existential or scientism or whatever. It's tough to answer ethics with science.
Right.
And then if it's all science, to even have a system of ethics is tough. There's a couple of people who've tried. I think Dawkins tried a long time ago with a book called The Selfish Gene. And he tried to kind of argue and postulate that there's like a gene evolutionarily that makes people in self-preservation, they actually end up being altruistic, but it kind of collapses. If you read the book, it's interesting because it goes from science to just like pure postulation that's like not backed at all.
Everybody's always trying to account for altruism.
Yeah.
Because there's no biological imperative for altruism.
Yeah, and so like there's a lot of scientists that especially are trying to postulate that science can cover everything. And I always feel like that's the guy. It's kind of like the guy who's like a really good car mechanic, and they're trying to pretend that by being a great car mechanic, they suddenly are a great physicist. Right. Or the great physicist who's like, because I'm a great physicist, I'm a great car mechanic. It's like
Yeah.
they're kind of similar. They use similar thought processes, but like they're not like I'm pretty darn good at illustration, but that doesn't make me a violinist, you know? Like it's, I always find it kind of sad because I actually think that happened with Dawkins, where I think he's a pretty brilliant scientist when it comes to like studying a lot of different processes of science, and then he just kind of overstepped and was like, therefore I know everything. And it's like, no, you're going out of your specialty.
Yeah.
But he's gotten the closest. I'd say he probably made the best argument I've ever read that was close, but just kind of collapsed. Because once again, it kind of would cover most sides of morality except all those the ethics train question. Like that's the kind of morality that science has a hard time answering.
Right.
But like most human beings, like when they're given that ethical dilemma of like the train coming and it'll kill a passenger and stop the train and save everybody on the train, right? Is it moral to kind of like push someone in front of the train to save the whole? And most people at that point are like, no, right? But it's like if it happens to happen, like it's all
the train dilemma I've heard is you have your hand on the switch.
Yes.
And by pulling the switch, you save your only child. And by not pulling the switch, you kill everyone on the train.
Yeah.
And you have to decide, is your family more important than hundreds of people?
Yeah. So, but the train dilemma goes multiple routes where they'll have a personal agent, like somebody you're connected to. Then they'll have somebody you're not connected to. Like sometimes they'll use somebody who's like societally usually discriminated against or whatever. So they'll, throughout ages, they've thrown different, usually it'll be like an overweight person and they'll be like, they can, because of the size, like they can stop the train or whatever. And is that moral? Right. Yeah. And they'll do it on different levels. And there's certain areas where everybody like societally just draws a line. And then when it's happenstance or it kind of is accidental, most people have no issue. But when it comes to agency and somebody making the agency choice of like costing someone their life to save other lives, it's usually viewed as like not a moral, like it's actually more moral to just let it play out than it is to intervene. And most human beings find that. It's weird, but it's like, it's baffling and it's kind of confusing because like, once again, if everything was just survival of the fittest, then by all means, like do the choice that causes the least amount of injury, right, to the most amount of people in your tribe. And that's sort of the tribalistic version of it, but the evolutionary thing where it's like a sacrifice that doesn't benefit the self. That's a tough one where it's like, that's a very interesting like conundrum that I've never really seen science be able to have like a solid answer for.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know. All right, let's get back to this. And I'm also not postulating there wouldn't be an answer for that in science, because I think that's a mistake a lot of people make, where they'll be like, there's this gap that science doesn't fill and therefore religion. And it's like, no, I don't. I think my faith is stronger than that. Like, I don't think it's hedged on like a couple gaps in scientific knowledge. But I will say it's definitely not something I've heard a compelling answer to, in science.
There is, I just opened up Twitter for half a second, and the Dalai Lama just tweeted this. Compassion is the basis of our survival, not just a religious matter. Our very life depends on the affection of others. So it's in our interest to take their concerns into account. We must think more about inner values and cultivate compassion in our own lives.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could argue that that's a biological imperative for altruism, making altruism destructive because it's self-serving. But
however, compassion and then sacrificial compassion are two different things. So it's like compassion is like, I take compassion because this is causing suffering for someone, so I'm going to come in and try to intervene. The part that doesn't make sense is like the guy who falls into the subway tracks, right? And the subway is coming, and by hopping into the subway track, you're now putting yourself at risk for someone else's life. That doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if it's not like a relative or a blood relative, or like, it just doesn't make sense why that would be a moral thing to do from
Right.
like a standpoint of even compassion, right? Where it's like, there's a difference between like compassion and like self-serving compassion, and then self-sacrificial compassion. And the self-serving compassion makes perfect sense, right? Like, be nice to your coworkers because they'll be nice to you, right? Like, save this person's kid because they're in your community, and like, and when it comes around, like, they might save your kid. Like, that makes sense, like, evolutionarily. But yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. But that is cool. I like the Dalai Lama's take on that. I don't know much about Dalai Lama. It'd be interesting to learn more about the Dalai Lama, actually.
You know what's interesting with the Dalai Lama is that there's an argument over who is the real Dalai Lama, and it's very politically motivated. I think it might be. Now I'm going to show my ignorance. I think it's India, but it could also be China. I think it might be China. I'll have to look it up. But it's this country that's like, it can't be him. I think it is China. It can't be him because he disagrees with us politically. So we're propping this other guy up as the Dalai Lama. And like,
was that tied in with Tibet though?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's China.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's something that happened with, I can't remember the whole thing, but something happened with Tibet and China basically tried to gaslight everybody into thinking that the real Dalai Lama is this other guy that agrees with them and whatever. I don't know. It'd be very difficult to parse that out on the ground because like they control the media and they control like the facts that you're allowed to see and not see.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think it was like something, it's been a long time. I do remember reading a bit about like the issues with Tibet. And I think part of it was like they were sort of like conscientious objectors to like some of the things that were happening. And then it had something to do with like the question over like ownership of the land kind of thing too. So,
right.
But I have to plead ignorance on that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not
doing
it justice because I don't know enough about it.
And I remember long ago I looked into Buddhism. This is back when I was like atheist, like pre-atheist. It's like I had lost my faith that I had grown up in, and I like was sort of curious. So I read like the Quran, and I read like quite a few books, you know, and I remember reading a couple books on Buddhism, and like old school Buddhism's weird. I mean, it's definitely interesting, but it's a lot more violent and crazy than like Zen Buddhism. And it's actually way more deistic than I think a lot of modern Buddhism is, where it was like a little more militant, a little more violent.
Interesting.
But then there were like sects of Buddhism that were like, you know, there was like the precepts of Buddhism, and that was really interesting. Where it was like, you know, like life is suffering and like all of those like steps and stuff. It was interesting. I looked into it. I think there's some truth in like, and keep in mind, I'm not like a person who believes all religions are equally true or anything like that. I definitely don't.
Right.
I think I definitely agree with the idea that like they can't all be.
You're not an all roads lead to Rome person.
Yeah, I'm not a guy who's going to have the bumper sticker with all the different religious icons on it that say coexist or whatever, because I don't think that's possible, like just logically. It's like there's a lot that are in conflict with each other, that, and not conflict like physical conflict, just logical conflict where they couldn't all be true. And most of them are positing being true. So, but I do think there is truth within most religions. Like I think there are elements of truth in all religions. And I definitely think Buddhism has a lot of truth in it, especially when it comes to like mindfulness and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think it is the truth, but I think there's a lot of truth to it and value in parts of it, you know. Especially like meditative practice and stuff. I think actually a lot of people can learn from that, you know.
Yeah.
It's weird, like yoga is great too, and yoga has a lot of religious connection actually with Hinduism, but what's interesting about yoga is like just the practice itself is very valuable. The breathing is really good to learn, but it's so hard for me to get into. I was doing it for a while and was enjoying the process because it's a hard workout, you know. Like,
yeah.
But the thing that was always hard to get over was like the whole like, you know, okay, now it's time for shavasana, and like they bring kind of some religious stuff into it where it's like your breath is healing your lung elements here, and like these weird things where you're like, that's just junk science, like that's not real. But then there's elements of it that are like super good for you and super healthy. And so like for me, like, you know, even now, if I had the time, I'd probably include yoga in my workout practice, but just would take out all the religious parts of it.
Right.
You know? But like I said, there's some truth and value to it, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I agree. I think there's a lot of truth to be had in a lot of different places. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Okay, so this is going to be another slightly recycled, slightly not. I want to have, okay, let's bring back that. Okay.
Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, so that's so that I'm just going to delete. Okay.
So it's interesting. I'm really excited about the book review tomorrow, though. I think, or today, I guess. But I think that's going to be really cool. I just hope I can keep on time with it. So,
yeah, I think it's going to be great. I'm excited about it.
I wrote a lot of notes, but I think that'll help. Like, this is usually how my mind works, where it's like actually the more thorough I am with my notes, like the more succinct I can be.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting. But
what's that quote? Anybody can talk for an hour, but it takes some real preparation to talk for 5 minutes.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I have noticed though, like there are some people who can't talk for an hour. It's interesting because it's like a skill. The fact that I'm very talkative, I can forget sometimes that that's like not everyone's skill or whatever, you know?
Right.
Because it's like, I definitely noticed that teaching too, where it's like there's kind of this thing you almost can't learn. I mean, you can a little bit. Public speaking is something you can get used to, but I do think there's a certain personality that can talk to a room.
Yeah.
And then there are some people who just like they really like no matter how many speech classes, it's going to be really hard to talk to a room, you know?
Yeah. Yep. That is. Yeah. And then, and then you've also got teachers that still can't talk to a room, but they're like content experts. And that is interesting.
That's fascinating. I didn't know that. Well, I guess that makes sense. I did have a couple teachers who were not the best at public speaking.
Yeah.
And I guess there's some areas where it would be hard to have teachers that are good at public speaking.
Like what?
Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what's a career that is very far from public speaking. IT.
Mechanical engineering.
Yeah. Or maybe IT too.
Yeah.
Although IT requires some people skills, I guess.
It should.
I'm so crapping on IT and I feel bad because they're also awesome and they're also the type of people who know how to hack stuff. So I'm not going to trash too much.
That's probably smart.
Let's see here. That is funny though. They should. I'm
cool with IT. I'm not cool with anybody who thinks that they're better than anybody else.
Yeah.
And in every profession you get, people that think that they're better, but I also think that tends to happen a little bit more in IT than other things.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just my exaggeration of the situation or whatever. But
yeah, and I do think that's something like we all have to actively fight because I'm like, I know that a lot of people in art that are like that too.
Yeah.
And it's partially because we are better than everyone else. So I'm just kidding. No, it is hard to fight that sometimes where it's like you can like it's important to not mistake, like we were just talking about with like the expertise, right? Where it's like it's important not to mistake like being an expert in what you do as being an expert in all things.
Right.
And I think once you start crossing that line, you can end up being pretty volatile in the sense of like, thinking you're better than other people or whatever.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean, devaluing like your own knowledge, but it just means be a little humble. Be kind. Be humble. What's a scenario where you like have trouble with humility?
Because
you seem like a pretty humble dude.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
I don't feel like a humble guy a lot of the times. Trouble with humility. I don't know when people who obviously don't know what they're talking about are trying to argue with me on something that I have a core competency in.
Yeah.
It's difficult for me not to just like say like I have a master's degree in this and decades of experience. Like you should just like it's hard for me not to just like
pull rank,
flash my credentials instead of like trying to engage them on a level of equals.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had that a few times. And usually my response like that is usually like getting the sense that someone's implying that I might have less knowledge than I do. Right. So it's almost like a defensive thing, which is funny because in retrospect, like the times I've done that, I usually end up looking like less proficient than just letting them make the hit and being like, yeah,
Right.
Let me explain that, or, just kind of rolling with it. But it is tough. Like it's hard. And I'm sure this is for everyone. It's like of every specialty or job where it's like, it is difficult when you're dealing with a lot of people with a lot of information,
Yeah.
So because of that, it's like the goodness, I'm blanking out on the term for it.
Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect, like on steroids,
Yeah.
because everyone has the internet.
Right. That's one that I think has got to frustrate the crap out of doctors. The thing that bugs me with doctors is it's like, I know that you have a medical degree and way more training and understanding and thousands of hours more experience than I do. But like, I'm the one living in this body and you're not
Yeah.
believing what I'm saying. And so I have more experience with this body than you do.
Yeah.
Like in the 5 minutes that you've been arguing with me about this, like I'm trying to tell you that it feels different than what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not trying to discount your expertise, but I need you to pay attention to what I'm saying because I'm not some like hysterical, crazy person. Like I really do feel like, like you need to understand the fact that I'm here at all is signaling that this is a fairly significant issue. So
I get the same way with doctors, and I wonder sometimes if it's the doctor or if it's just me positing that because I don't feel comfortable going to doctors. And so like if I'm there, I'm in pain, and then they're like, tell me your pain level. And even that makes me feel defensive, where I'm like, well, it's not like a 10, but it's like it's pretty, like you feel like kind of defensive, or like, I don't know, like if I say like 6, does that invalidate me being here? Like, I don't know.
Well, and then if you have any experience with anything, you're like, how does that help you? Like some arbitrary measurement, like,
yeah,
I don't know. I've experienced some horrifically painful things, and this hurts a lot, and it's debilitating, but it's not like that bad.
Yeah, this is
a really active imagination, so I could imagine like way worse situations. So it's not that bad either.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
but I'm still here.
But I also understand the necessity of it, right? Because it's like something they can't know. Like they can't know the level of pain you're in. They can only go off of you're the agent. They have to get that information from. However, I have heard that like doctors also have the issue of getting very desensitized because of constantly being around people in pain and constantly being around death and all sorts of like medical complications. I think there's like a level of detachment that's very common in that field. And so, and I'm sure it happens to like nurses too, but it's like, I think especially the doctors just have like, in order to do what they do, it's like they almost need a level of detachment. But then the sad thing is for them to be effective communicators and comforters of their patients, like that's like they have to kind of almost go against one of the things that might actually make them strong at their job.
Right.
And I've heard of that, especially with surgeons, where like surgeons are very like, they have a lot of issues with interpersonal relationships with clients or because of the fact that like they're used to they can't attach themselves to what they're doing because it'll make them suck. It's kind of weird. It's a weird thing where I guess there's like got to be training with it or something. But I definitely have found that, especially when you're trying to get information from doctors, where I almost wish you could sign a slip where you're like, look, I'm not going to sue you for what you say right now. Like, because they're so vague and kind of cold. Not all of them, but yeah,
I get it, but like let's shoot straight here.
Yeah. Ironically, while I'm drawing a panel where I'm holding a gun. Okay, so this is going to be an overhead shot that doesn't recycle. I'm making some headway on this. I'm actually glad. Like, I know it's weird. I'm 3 hours into this. I'm not as far as I'd like to be, but I also feel good because today, or I should say yesterday, I actually caught up on stuff. So I'm not like, I still have like a million things to do, but it's nice when you're not treading water, and you feel like you're a little behind. So
yeah,
I feel like I'm right where I need to be. Not ahead, but just that's a good place to be when you felt like you were treading water prior.
That's cool. Jim.
I'll be there.
I was telling Jim the other day, I was like, I get mad at myself while I'm doing this stuff. So if you ever hear me curse your name, just know you're in good company, because I do that all the time with myself. And I'm like, why did you draw it like that? Why didn't you think this through? Okay, so boom, impact. Do. There. Let's have that go right up. Up. Easy ease. And we'll have it fall down, sort of.
So I'm wondering how to do this panel. I think I'll make it work. Okay. It's always interesting doing sound effects. Oh, dude.
Huh.
I'm going to borrow that thing from that comic, Limbo.
Limbo?
Been trying to think of a way to integrate that, and I might. They did the sound effect as like with no panel behind the whap or whatever when the guy's getting like his neck broken.
Oh yeah.
Crack. It's like big letters.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try doing that. Not that exact thing, but just the same logic. We heard. If you guys are here and curious, I am putting into application what we will be talking about in the Indie Review Show, where our reviews are coming from the standpoint of like usefulness as artists too. So like, well, it'll be kind of your standard review where we'll go over like plot and all that kind of fun stuff. We also come at it from the standpoint of craftsmen that are looking at this stuff analytically to see if there's things we can learn or apply to our own work from it. And right now, I'm going to be doing that. Now, if I do it unsuccessfully, it is not the fault of that brilliant comic Limbo that Corey did, because that artist is like, I just was like mind blown by that person.
Oh,
Sweet.
Yeah. Guy's amazing.
I'm back. My first 15-minute breaks. I can chime in on this, dealing with not specialty doctors, but with others who say I've read an article about this issue and not getting real facts.
Oh yeah. Half the time they've read the title of an article. I read this article. It's like, did you read the article or did you read the headline?
Yeah.
Assume what the article is about.
Yes.
On that.
Dude, my sister had arthritis, and like the doctors just kept insisting it was like 20 other things, and she's like, I think this is arthritis. Like for like a year, and finally they were like, you know what, we think you have arthritis.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
We should have done the test initially, like because there's like a specific MRI or something they have to do to kind of find that out. And it was just like one of those, like, why would you make somebody, I mean, I get it, it's like a process of deductive reasoning they use, but there's some times where like you might want to actually check out the suspicion of the patient themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I went in to the hand specialist or whatever.
Yeah,
that's the first thing they did. They're like, all right, well, let's rule out like arthritis and 2 or 3 other things. I mean, they did like a nerve conduction test. They did all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But of course, I wasn't supposed to be there. I tend to do this, and I think you can get away with this in Idaho. I don't think it works in other places, but I just like skip the stupid steps that I'm like, this is pointless. I'm just going to go to the expert. So like I had a problem with my ear, and I just made an emergency appointment with like an ear specialist.
Mm.
Like, we only deal with like significant problems from referrals from other people. And I was like, all right, so I can go to my doctor later. I'm in excruciating pain. I can go to my doctor later. I can go to the ER where they don't know anything about this specific thing. And they will then tell me something stupid, give me some pain medication, and possibly refer me to you. It all ends with you. So I'm just going to be here. And you're going to get me in today. I'll take the day off work and I will sit in your waiting room until I'm like one of the, like, if I'm hurting, I'm like, I try not to be a jerk. I'm trying to be polite, but I'm also in excruciating pain. And so I'm like, I'll just wait here.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be a while. That's fine. I have a phone. Like I can read a book on my Kindle app. I'm good. It's either I'm in excruciating pain at home, or here I might have a chance for it to stop at some point. So I can sit here. That's okay.
Well, so as much as I believe in empathy and being a good person to people and stuff like that, there are certain scenarios, and I will say this for like dealing with school for your kids, or dealing with any sort of bureaucracy where there's a lot of red tape. Yeah. And like, I'm not criticizing the bureaucracy. I want to be really clear about that because I think it's kind of necessary, right? Like, but there is value in being the squeaky wheel, like for sure. And there are certain times when you're advocating for your health or the health of your child or your education or the education of your child, where you kind of have to be a pain in the ass to get anything through, because there's so much like hoops, and to cut through that, to get people to see beyond protocols, sometimes you kind of have to be a pain in the butt. I've experienced that with my son.
I try to first give them the opportunity.
Of course.
Like I will typically say something along the lines of like, I understand that there are probably some protocols or things that you need to do, but I need you to know before I move on.
Yeah.
I'm not the type of person that will give in and roll over because those are the rules. Like, I know that this is possible and I know that there's a way to do it. I don't know what that is, but I know that you do. And so let's work together to make this happen. And then if they like claim like, oh, that's when I'm like, okay, so now you're choosing to pretend like this is the only way that this is, and I know it's not.
Yeah.
So now I need you to understand that I'm going to continue to bother you.
Yeah. And I hate to say it, but I think that fine balance you just described is a skill, because if you're too, like if you're a jerk just from the get-go, like you've literally pretty much closed off all your options, and people will likely completely default to protocols, and you're not going to get anything. Like, you could talk to anyone, if the place you're dealing with has a good manager, they're going to back up their employee because you're being a jerk, But if you're being reasonable and you're being firm, like there's a difference between kind of being a jerk and being firm and having reasonable expectations.
Right.
That, so like, yeah, I mean, most of the time with my son, things have gotten resolved, but I remember there was a time a long time ago where he was having issues that were really like not issues with like education or anything like that, but just like a safety issue at a school that was not acceptable. And I had to escalate it all the way to the district office because I kept getting answers of like, well, it's so-and-so's responsibility. Well, it's so-and-so's responsibility. And it was like an eternal loop of blame shifting for like why they couldn't do anything. And, and that went all the way up. Like, and I remember actually getting a thank you from the teacher after that, because they were being kind of handcuffed by like the district.
Yeah.
And so, it's like, if that's what's happening, like you need to actually, anyhow, so I'm all for that. But I think that's cool. Oh, Kevin Cross. Kevin.
What up, dude?
Dude, if you want to hop on the show, man, feel free. If not, no worries. I'm going to send you a link.
Put the link
Let me get the link. But if he's like busy or whatever, no worries. But I like to do this with friends. Send them the link. Let me see. I don't know if Kevin's still on Facebook though. Let's see here. I thought he still had a Facebook to yes. Do you? Oh my goodness. Hang on. I don't know if he does have a Facebook. What is up, Kevin? How are you doing, man? Let me find. I'm gonna message it. I think I can message from my computer. There we go. Kevin. Do-do-do. I can't find it. Darn it. I thought I could message from my phone.
Are you on your phone?
No, but kind of synced with my.
He says he's not on Facebook anymore.
Okay, let me just email it. I'll email it.
Email? That is some old school technology.
No. So Kevin, I'm emailing to your Gmail the link to the StreamYard if you want to join. It's pretty simple. You just click if you're too busy or whatever, or it's like 3 a.m. and you're about to crash. That's fine too. But if you want to hang with us and draw and stuff, man, hop on. Yeah, I thought Kevin had left Facebook. So, which is probably not like a bad call. I would kind of.
Facebook is such a dumpster fire.
I think we all have moments of just being like, I kind of need to leave this place. And then it's like a toxic relationship where we just stay in it. I think the main reason is I literally have a lot of friends that's literally how we stay in touch. And I think if that weren't the case, I probably would be off Facebook.
My problem with Facebook is I think they're culpable for like possibly ending the human race. but also
that's a fair point.
It's so much easier to like for people to keep in contact with my kids that I don't often reach to, you know, like distant cousins and you know, people like my parents' friends that I grew up with, or whatever, that are kind of still interested, but it's not like I'm gonna like email them a photo. So I am on Facebook about as much as long as it takes to like drop off a photo or a video and then keep moving.
Yeah, I mean I find it convenient for rallying people too, where it's like you know, like I have seen the stats, and it's like for my book sales, like a lot of that came from Facebook. So it's like I kind of need it, but it's so toxic, and it is one of those things where I wonder sometimes. I don't know. I think that's the forever battle, and I think it's a choice for everyone. I also wonder, maybe Kevin can attest to this, but I kind of wonder if it's like similar to like if you make the choice to be a vegetarian or a vegan, and you're not like trying to be political about it. It's just like a personal choice, and you're like, you know, every time you mention being a vegetarian, people are like, well, I only eat meat. And you're like, I don't really want to talk about this. Like, I just literally said like a thing I do, and I'm not like, I don't really care what you do.
That's fine.
Because I know my wife was a vegetarian, thankfully not anymore, but she was a vegetarian when we first, like for like the majority of the time we were dating, for like years. And she described that to me because she was like, I don't really care what other people do. And that was her only take on it. Like, she never talked to me about it. We were dating. I ate meat all the time. She was just like, whatever. But almost every time we'd go out to eat and they'd be like, oh, do you want some? She'd be like, I don't really do the meat thing. And then people would just like go into this long tirade about vegetarianism. And I remember I was one of those people who would do that to vegetarians and vegans until seeing it firsthand and being like, oh my gosh, that's really annoying. Like, every time you go to eat, like, you have to have, like, it's like you almost have to defend other people's decisions for them so they feel comfortable. And I realized, like, anyhow, I wonder if it's like
Kevin being in the chat reminded me of something Kevin said, kind of similar to this. That
Yeah.
ever since I heard him say it, I was like, I see that everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was him, where he was like, you talk about working on side projects and like hustle, you know,
Yeah.
you talk about like art, you know, like that you're not required to do.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden people start telling you all the reasons they can't do it.
Yeah. We were talking.
Like, I didn't ask you. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't accusing you at all. Why are you taking this as a threat?
What is up, Kevin Cross?
What up?
How you doing, bud?
Oh, is he muted?
Oh, it's choppy. It's choppy. Chopping the blocks.
Am I on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a little choppy, but I think you're back.
The
How you doing, brother?
That seems to be a little bit wonky.
Yeah, it's like that here sometimes too, where
All
it just
let
like.
me- I was gonna show you guys some things.
Cool.
So it's snowing, and this big tree limb almost hit me.
Holy shit! Just
So
now?
I thought that was a neat thing. While I was that just fell down.
Like you were there when it broke?
But anyway,
Wow! Just
yes,
now?
I was trying to log on. Yeah, I was trying to log on. I had switched from YouTube to my email so I could join you guys. Let me put some lights on here, and while I was doing it, it just crashed. Snow got too heavy, I guess.
Aw,
So I thought maybe that would add some excitement.
that is pretty exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching along live, Kevin Cross, our dear friend in Oregon, almost got murdered by a tree.
Risked his
for a
life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So literally, you guys have just seen like a miracle happen. Like Kevin has survived.
Yeah.
Trying to
I'm
pull up
here.
the. How are you doing, brother?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me try to turn on some flattering lighting here.
Like it.
Get the warm on. Yeah. How you been, man? I haven't been able to talk to you forever. Been wanting to call you. And
Yeah, it's been a bit, man. I think it's just like that weird thing when you start getting older, where it's like, you know, life is just fucking busy. Like it's hard to stay in touch. Like always, I'm always working. You're always working. I think it's just like it's just chaos, man. And yeah, but
yeah, it's like super weird times, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. How is COVID up there? Here we're like having like this craziness where half the crap down here is closed down, and the Antelope Valley has like, of course, a huge uptick because there's a bunch of people who don't believe it. So like, it's like the hospital out here has like tent cities outside of it. It's nuts. It's crazy. Weird times.
Oh yeah, the old pandemic people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've been in the Antelope Valley. You know, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, in Portland, there's not so much of that.
You got like the polar opposite of that.
I got the polar opposite where people are a little too extra on the other side.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, Fauci said 3 masks, so let's wear 4. And I'm like, we're outside. You know,
I love it. So it's kind of like
we're outside and yelling at the street.
So they've gone like the 12 Monkeys route to things, basically.
Yeah.
You know, where they're wearing like the full face shields and walking around in hazmat suits.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that sounds Portland to me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, so essentially with the pandemic and political shit and everything like that, I just I've chosen to remove myself from society for the most part. And,
yeah.
I ride my skateboard. Luckily, Portland with the weather as it is, I have found some parking garages that I don't get bothered at, and
Love it.
so I can skate and hang out with my kid. As far as an art career goes, that's dead for me. So I am a Postmates driver, and then I skate when I'm not. Oh, did you hear that? I think the entire tree just fell on my house.
Oh my goodness.
Did you hear that? That was
No, I think
really
it felt
loud.
bad.
I heard a little snap, so I don't know.
Yeah. Wow. My walls shook a little bit, so I think the rest of the tree just came down.
I think that's rad and noble to make a living. Like whatever
Yeah, I
way
mean,
you do
what am I
it.
gonna do? Like, before this shit happened, I had a bunch of stuff all lined up, and then
Yeah.
that kind of fell through, and a couple of the companies I was going to do work for are gone.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
They were too small, indie companies that went out of business.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's a crazy thing. Like, I don't know, like I do have to send you a link to like the thing Mai's been using. Because it's weird. Like she's pulled some work, and I don't know, like she's had trouble for years, but it's like this one site. So I'll have her send you the stuff in case you ever want to look. Although honestly, like Postmates might be better sometimes. Like it really depends on what
It's not ideal.
Yeah. But I'll ever send it to you. It's a crazy time, man. Like how are you so like how do you guys how are things looking in Oregon? It sounds like everything's like really tightly shut down.
Pretty much. I mean, the end of this month, they're talking about opening up the schools again. I think it's mostly for the teenagers because there's been an uptick in teen suicide through this stuff. And so my daughter is in 3rd grade, and I've seen her and heard her talk about how depressed she is.
Yeah.
Not being able to see friends and and all that. And then there's also, so they're talking about opening up the schools again in a couple weeks. We had a huge snow that kind of shut down the city, and they were just talking about opening up restaurants to actually like go inside.
Yeah.
Now, not just for takeout, but the snow kind of stopped that. But I'm also kind of hearing rumblings of people being like, the lawmakers being like, well, maybe we were being a little too hopeful.
Oh, okay.
And in the snow, maybe that's a sign that we should, it's just who knows, I mean, it changes so like daily.
Yeah.
And everything's politicized now, and so it's just I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to navigate, man.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, man. I got backside blunts back. I almost got frontside Smith grinds back after years. So this pandemic and this world has done wonders for my skateboarding as an almost
That's so
50.
badass. I think that's rad though. Like that's kind of one of the things I realized like a year or two ago, where I because I think when we hung out, like I had kind of abandoned music for a while, like for like decades almost, and like I just realized like I want to play rock, like I want to rock out, I want to play music. It's just fun, and I don't need to do it for money. I just like enjoy it, and it's something because I got so obsessed with the art career for a long time, I just like never stopped to just be like, like remembering when I was like, 15 and just playing guitar because it's fun. And
Yeah.
like
That's the thing too, because during this pandemic, there was a re-release of one of my old bands.
yeah, I saw it on LP, right? Like what's the label that put that out? It looks gorgeous.
Before Go, the
And that's
original label,
Big Rig, right?
yeah, it's Big Rig.
Yeah.
The label was Lookout Records, and our singer, there's a backstory to it, but our singer was from Operation Ivy, which was a real big band,
Yeah.
and so when they were going to re-release our 7-inch, our initial 7-inch that we did, it sold out before it even could have gone to shops, had shops been
Nice.
open. So that kind of reignited like the music thing, because that's what I did before art,
Yeah.
or 2D art, I should say. And yeah, but weird time though, because I was in this kind of like death rock band, like 80s goth kind of shit.
Yeah.
And that band exploded right before pandemic. We were going to put out a record. We were on this compilation that somebody in Greece was putting out. We were because of the internet and forums and Facebook was part of the thing.
Yeah.
Because before I had to switch to my email, I did hear you talking about how Facebook is, it's kind of like a necessary evil sometimes or whatever.
Yeah.
And we did use that to our advantage, and somehow in Europe, people gave a shit about our band, and yet that band is now over because
Yeah.
of differing opinions and things like that during this new that we're in.
Oh, that's a bummer. That was you guys were on the soundtrack for Deadly Class too, right? For that, weren't you?
Well, no, that wasn't. That was more me.
Okay.
That just got released on Puke.
There was one song, I guess the gal I've been seeing or whatever, she's me and her wrote one song together, but we also started the band together. So we initially said that was our band doing the thing, but it was really just me and her. And then the subsequent songs after that was just me alone.
That makes perfect
doing
sense.
Soundtrack stuff.
Cool.
Yeah. So that was another thing I was excited about right before pandemic. I was like, oh, do I get to have music career again? And then Hollywood shut down,
Yeah, like it's funny too, because I mean, you know this, Kevin, but it's like I've been working on this book for like 6 years. And then I finally got a publisher and got it released. It's not a big publisher, but it's like it's a publisher and it's out. But it's like the worst time on the planet to put out an indie book that no one's heard of, because it's like I can't do conventions, I can't do in-store signings. Half the bookstores that might even order it aren't open. It's a trip. It's a weird time, man.
Yeah. So let me ask you this though. Totally curious is, a lot of us people are need entertainment.
Yeah.
So people are going to want to read stuff. People are going to want to watch things.
Yeah.
Have you seen any kind of I don't know, boom from that, or is it like a detriment that it was released during the time?
It's just been interesting. It's hard to compare because it's like I'm not, like huge in comics or anything. And it's like, so I think for where I'm at, it's doing fairly well. I really will only know in like a year when I see that, that tally from the publisher to see like what the actual numbers are. But so far, just gauging it off like the sales rank and comparing that to like larger publishers, it's doing okay. It's doing as well as I could expect it to. And then the cool thing is, I've still managed to get some press and stuff for it. So I do think people are eager to read books right now, physical books. you know, because it's like, what else are they going to do? Like, it's a tough time where, you know, but it is weird. Like, you have to think of different strategies. Like, I've just started doing these live streams too, just like partially for that, where I'm like, well, I'm going to be working on the second book anyway. So what's up?
Yeah. Oh, I was I've been seeing you do the live streams. I've been missing them, and my schedule is all over the place. So I was kind of surprised. I was like, wait, live right now? Okay.
I've been doing some, I mean, you know this, Kevin, when you stayed here too, because you saw my working hours. It's like I'm usually up, like when I'm working on these comics, it's usually at like 3 a.m. or something. So but I miss you, man. I really do. I do hope, like, I don't know. I hope at some point, like, this pandemic's over, so I can either head up to Portland or you can head up here. You know, it'd be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's been a weird time. Oh man.
Yeah. To say.
So what's like, I did like that the sketch video you posted. It was really cool. And it was funny. Like, I love your voiceovers, Kevin, always crack me up. Like, you have like such a killer sense of humor. And I miss it. Like, I kind of, it's funny. I think so. Kevin and I, when he was up here, were obsessed with this like terrible bar. Like, it's like but it's beautifully terrible. It's like a Western. There's like this whole Western village set up in the back and stuff, and it's called like the Shack. And if you look at like a map, like a crime map of the Antelope Valley, it's like there's just murders there all the time. But Kevin and I just fell in love with this place because it's just like the weirdest like dive bar on the planet, and it's kind of awesome. And so we started going to it all the time, and then like I was so bummed because it's like, I wish this could have happened when Kevin was here, but like I started this band that like nobody's heard of. And we played the Shack, and I was like, I wish Kevin were here because he'd rock out to this. It was so awesome.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah. I'm stoked. So stoked about that.
Yeah.
Like, this place, like, you go in, it seems like a country bar that, you know, as like an old punk rocker, you're going to get your ass kicked. And, and then you go in the back, and there's like weird little diorama, like a human-sized diorama of the Old West, where even like a saloon with a piano that works. And then there's that weird that section where it goes, like, they dug out like a bit underground, so it looks like a mine. Yeah. You know? So it'd either be like a great place to meet someone at the bar to make out with, or a good place to get killed at. So, you know, again, as the old punker, I do like going to a bar where there's a little danger, where I don't know what's exactly going to happen.
No, and it's a fun bar to play punk rock at, because it's like we were singing songs that are like, you know, anti-Trump a little bit, and we're literally singing them to like biker gangs like that could kill us. And I was like, this is awesome. Like, it was super fun in that sense, because it's like, to me, that's the most un-Portland moment where I was like, it's just hard to do. But it was so fun. And then like, also they're good people. Like, a lot of the people there are just like badass people who just want to drink beer and like kind of forget their shitty life. Like, and I'm there too. I want to drink beer and forget my shit. Like, we're all in the same boat. And so I felt like, I don't know, I miss that bar. I miss being able to go to bars. I miss being able to play. I miss being able to hang out with friends. It's just like, I don't know. But I will say, it's a good time to work on my second book, you know. It's just like, trying to carve away this thing and get it done, man. But it's kind of I'm trying a different approach, Kevin. I'm kind of curious what you think, if I'm crazy or not. But I'm trying to do tight thumbnails. rather than like thumbnails. I'm doing like a hybrid of thumbnails and rough pencils because I figure like if I do that, then it'll skip me a lot of steps. But I might just be taking way too long on my thumbnail.
No, I think that's good. Like, and I'll tell you, so kind of sucks. Once I lost a bunch of work and everything, the beginning of the pandemic, and then all the riots here and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and,
it's just total chaos, man.
The change of the world, and I had kind of a crisis, a little bit, and so I kind of stepped away from doing the comics, and I think Corey, you're on my Patreon, and I did this weird video recently where I didn't do any kind of 2D art. I just turned a Hot Wheels car into a Mad Max looking Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And it was
I'm sorry, that actually sounds rad, Kevin. I want to see this. I gotta hop on your Patreon. I always forget, like, I know it's terrible, but I forget with friends to join their Patreons. It's a terrible thing. You know, I'm just publicly owning.
I mean, it's fine, but
I need to join that.
But so yeah, I kind of had this crisis. I was having a crisis with Monkey Mod before, because just zeitgeist stuff like the Kingsman movie franchise ended up. I mean, obviously they couldn't have known what I had written. I could not have known what they had written, and yet they were producing stuff that was essentially my plot line. And so I was like, oh fuck. Oh, and there was a few other things. Pandemic shows up, everything, and I was like, oh God, what am I going to do with this?
Yeah.
And so I had to do, and I've got some other stuff that's more crafty, where I had to step away from comics a little bit, but do still something that had to do with art for me to get back to comics. And this is also how I explain things. A very long way of saying the way you're doing thumbnails is great.
I get it though, because I've been in similar boats, you know.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I guess what I'm saying is I get it, because I've been in a similar boat, especially with comics, where it's like, you know about that, but it's like, I mean, you're even the reason why I started doing YouTube, because I just kind of disappeared offline for like a really long period of time and was just focused on my day job, and like, so I get it.
Have to do it.
What's up?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to do that, because where we're at with YouTube, it's not going to make money.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to do it out of love or to connect with people, which is also doing it out of love as well. So, but then sometimes you get people who are watching your channel, and then they expect something of you that you are not, And so then you start compromising yourself, thinking, oh, well, I've got this certain amount of vocal people who expect something of me, but that's not what I see. And then you kind of compromise yourself a little bit. So you have to step away from the internet sometimes,
Yeah, totally, man.
So now I'm trying to remember why I was talking about the videos, bringing it back to comics. I guess going away from that, away from comic YouTube videos, had to do something different, which is just on Patreon right now, and there's gonna be kind of more of that as I'm kind of ramping up to start being on YouTube a lot more again.
Awesome, dude.
And I think my channel is going to be more of like a maker channel.
Okay.
It's going to still like comics and illustration like first and foremost, but I'm also going to throw in like, oh, hey, I write music too, so I make this.
Yeah.
And I think I guess when I'm talking about comics here is I think I need to do that to make things simpler for me to make comics.
Yeah.
I'm making sense in my own mind, but
I think I get it because like
let me stop
like
that. Let me stop that. Let me go back to you doing your your thumbnails and make them like a hybrid pencil, because this is what started my train of thought. Now I'm going somewhere completely off the rails, but so what I'm seeing is you're doing a lot of thumbnails digitally now, right?
yeah for
Um,
sure.
and so why not? Because when I first started on YouTube making comics, I was doing I was using blue pencil, I was using a red pencil together. Then I would go over it with a graphite pencil. Then I would do inks,
I remember this process.
and so
Yes.
forth. Yeah, and it made sense. I mean, it makes sense if I were to talk about it now. Still,
Yeah.
I think, but it makes better sense in modern day where we have tablet monitors, stuff to just do that in one step.
Yeah.
It makes things shorter. And I guess this is where I was kind of talking about, like, I want my channel to be more like just art in general driven. With definitely a focus on illustration in comics, but being able to go somewhere else is because you will burn yourself out if you do, how do I put it? Like, if you do so much work on one thing. I mean, granted, we want to do work, we want to do the best work we can do,
Yeah.
but if you're spending so much time on like how I was making comics before, by the time sometimes when I wanted to ink, my art was not in it anymore. Like, I gave it
Yeah.
all beforehand,
Yeah.
and so you got to give yourself a break. And as people where we are at, as far as like popularity or whatever you want to say, is we have to enjoy the process, or else it's just not worth it for us or
Yeah.
the viewer. You know, so so that, I guess that's a very long way of saying, yes, Josh, I like what you're doing, because um, I see nothing wrong, and I think it's working smarter, not harder, to
Yeah. That's
finish
what
those
I'm trying
pencils
to do.
digitally, and then I think we've got the technology now, and it's not like a rich person's game where you have to have that technology. It's fairly affordable for most people,
Yeah.
and not there's still alternatives, because I'm very poor and I can wax about that endlessly too, but I think I think cutting out time, because then you get that reward, like, even if you're going to color your comic or tone it or whatever,
Yeah.
there's still like those steps that feel like rewards, because comics are hard,
Yeah.
and there's multiple steps. And so whatever I think you can do to make that go faster and make it more enjoyable for yourself, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
So
That's what I was
I mean,
thinking.
there might be somebody.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say there might be somebody who likes to flagellate themselves like I used to do, with all the like 3 steps before inking. But it's great for them. But most people, they want to see some progress. So
Yeah. It's hard to
yeah,
balance. I mean, yeah, I did the math just because, like, seeing this book, it's like this took me over 5 years, to do. And so I was doing the math on just like the sequel. I'm like, do I have another like half decade in me to make it happen? Like, I don't think I can do that. So I'm trying to think of, like you're describing, like I'm trying to think of ways to like cut time and make the progress come quicker, but also hopefully not sacrifice quality, because I want it to have a similar quality, but it's just like I just can't envision like half a decade from now, being like, yay, the second book. It's like I don't want to work on books that are taking me 5 years.
Right.
Like, and if they do, I'd at least try to I'd like to experiment in the process and like see if I can cut that time down a bit. It's a weird thing, but
Right.
But I'm excited to, like, to me, I like the idea of a maker channel. Like Corey and I are messing with the thing called the IRS. We actually got the URL, the IRS agency. And part of it was thinking like from the standpoint of like,
Oh, you guys are.
What's up?
I think Kevin froze.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
He's back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, anyhow, so like I just think it's cool, like in the sense of we were trying to think of things that don't just market specifically to other cartoonists, because while that's like our people, like I love cartoonists, it's hard to like not all cartoonists even have the money to be reading comics because it's expensive and we're all pretty broke. So it's like it's hard to create like a sort of sustainable fan base like from cartoonists, where it's like, so we've been trying to rack our brains about it, and we finally realized like we should just start talking about like doing book reviews of comics and stuff like that, because at least then we can have the potential of drawing fans of comics. And then our angle can be like, as creators, we're going to talk about it like from the sense of like how they influenced us, right? And like how we can kind of pull from it to like influence our work. So there's still like a maker part of it, but it's like trying to get to the consumer too. And it's so hard to juggle. We don't know if that's going to work, but it feels like to me, it's hard to find like angles like that where you can be creatively free as a content creator, because we're not making any money. And also, like once again, like potentially have like some market with it, like, I don't know how to, I don't know. But to me, like what you're describing sounds like that, where it's like an angle where there's more potential for growth, and then also for you to kind of be into it, I don't know. That's part of why, like on these streams too, it's like, I'm not going to, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure once I make this kind of stuff public, like it's on Patreon, well, starting with this Hot Wheels thing, but and I'm holding on to it because I want to do some other more illustrative stuff, and things that were maybe more how my channel started. My channel started basically comics,
Yeah.
And kind of being upset with the world and about comics, and but now some of the things I said back then I don't agree with,
Yeah.
So people change, the world has changed. I'm older now. I have gray now. I didn't have gray then, and so I'm sure I'm gonna lose a shit ton of subscribers because I just seem to anyway. I'm like, I feel like losing subscribers today. I'll do a new video. But ultimately, it will keep me engaged with comics, which like I kind of burnt myself out. On, and then I didn't even produce any stuff, but I didn't produce a comic,
Yeah.
And so then I flogged myself about that a little bit, but then I don't know if I care about that comic that I didn't even produce that I used to care about.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of stuff again, like the stories that I'd written and kind of lagged on. So, and then a Hollywood franchise kind of, accidentally being the same plot line, and I know all the stuff, like like there's no originals anymore, and your take is going to be different. But you know, kind of messed me up a little bit.
Yeah, understandable.
Even knowing that. And then during the pandemic, I moved house, and my computer sucks. It's older than my kid is. You know, it's like I have to, you know, I have to Arthur Fonzarelli it every time and hope that it works out. And
Yeah, sorry, that's a
so just
great.
in the move, I only moved 1 mile. Is not fun. And I lost 4 pages somehow. I don't know how, because there's no rhyme or reason for it.
Yeah,
I had it backed up. I thought I lost 4 pages that were colored, and for me, coloring takes just as long as penciling and inking together. And
yeah,
I colored those pages. I lost 4 of them. That's and I physically lost 3 pages, 3 physical pages,
yeah,
and those were in the batch where I lost the files. Now I have some thumbnails for them,
yeah.
but they're not as complete as the thumbnails you're doing right now. So it's essentially I have to redo all of that stuff with a
Jeez.
story that is the Kingsman, essentially, but I have monkeys instead of humans. And so, you know, and the world changed. So my headspace went to a bad place.
Yeah.
So I'm just now getting to, I don't know how we heard about this. Are we just having therapy? Did I make you guys have therapy with me? Is that what's
That's
I'm-
what we're doing, man.
I'm actually really interested,
and
buddy, because we haven't talked in a while, and so it's like it's nice to hear where you're at, and also like I relate to that. I mean, you know, like this. It's funny because when Kevin and I became friends, I had just moved. Like half of this stuff I'm writing about, like in this second issue. If you've been like following my Instagram or whatever, it's like I met Kevin maybe a year after I had been beaten the crap out of and like had my portfolio stolen, and I lost 5 years of work and stuff. So it's like when you talk about that, like I relate to it, not because you got beat up or whatever, but it's like you kind of metaphorically have gotten beaten up and you've lost work, and that sucks, man. And especially if you're not into the story, because it's like like that just takes away any. Yeah, I totally get it. That makes perfect sense because that takes away a lot of motivation for it.
yeah,
That's yeah.
yeah, totally. So, there's aspects of the story that I was working on, and then, because I kind of hatched this idea, I guess what is it, 4 years ago now at this point,
Yeah.
when I was working with you and living in your guest room.
Mm-hmm.
And I hatched a story, and I wanted to do this thing, because one, I don't think Hollywood can, there would not be a moment, I don't think, where it like the zeitgeist even would have the same story, because it was basically like my journey of not being with my daughter, at your house 1,000 miles away from Portland for my kid, and I told you, and so I'd kind of hatched the story idea, and more important, and I was going to insert it into Monkey Mod. And so now what I'm doing, because I lost enough of it, and also was fucking sucks, is because I was at the end of that first issue, and then I lost such a chunk of it doesn't sound like a lot, but it felt like a lot, and so I'm like, ugh. And so instead of inserting that idea that I had at your house into Monkey, I'm going to insert the ideas I had from Monkey Mod into that. So, like, the character's not dead. It's just different. Also, the time is different, I think, where, like, Mod people would be like, "Oh, what is that like video game mods?" And I'm like, "No, it's 60s soul music."
Yeah.
You know, but people are like,
I didn't even think about the
"What?
mod thing. Yeah, that's
What?"
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm revamping it. It's going to be black and white. Instead of doing 11 by 17 pages, I'm doing half of each page is going to be, if you just take a 8.5 by 11 page, turn, fold it, the
Yeah.
aspect now.
Dude, that makes so much
So
sense with your style,
it makes
Kevin,
it
because
more exciting. It makes it so I can find. I'm sorry, say that again.
that makes perfect sense with your style because like it and I remember this from years ago, but it's like when you work at scale, you ink with like such precision. And like me, I'm fairly sloppy when I ink. So when I work big, and I reduce it, it like cheats the system and like makes my inks look better. But with you, it's like I have like some of your original inks here, and it's like at scale, they just look perfect. Like they don't need to be done that much bigger. And so I think that's actually a really smart idea to kind of change that up because really honestly, like you can ink so clean. It's not going to matter like what scale you're like, you don't have to work like twice as large or anything to get a good quality, piece from it. So that's smart, man, I think.
Well, thank you. Yeah. So I figure I just combine the things I liked about Monkey Mod with the other thing or the new thing. Yeah, do it. It's still going to be a little bit larger than scale.
Yeah.
But not much, and it'll be faster. So yeah. So I'm excited about comics again, finally.
Awesome.
And because I owe people, I have that too. I didn't want to just like shit out something I was no longer excited about or proud of.
Yeah.
So, and it seems like, as long as you're up, they're forgiving and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
That's awesome.
that's the way to go. And I'm going to do exactly what you're doing. I'm going to finish the, kind of what I was doing before. I'm going to finish the pencils and the lettering and everything like that. And,
Yeah.
and then, I'm going to ink 2 pages on one sheet of 8.5 by 11 at a time.
Smart.
Instead of, which was it was taking me like if I didn't do anything else, it was taking me 3 or 4 days per page, which
Yeah.
Jack Kirby would kill me if he knew and was still alive.
Yeah.
So, and coming up on 50 years old this year, fucking weird. That's a different topic, but I gotta get the shit out.
Yeah, it's a trip, man. It goes fast. It's crazy how fast shit goes. I mean, not to go down that like, hole, but it's just weird, man. We're old, Kevin. What the fuck?
I know. Like we were young men when I met you. And I know I think I'd lived in Portland for a year or two before, but I was still fairly new here.
Yeah.
And like we were both out the Californian outside, when I met you.
Yeah, we were still like at the point of like the new Portland person who's talking about In and Out like it's a lost soul, like
yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds great though, Kevin. I'm eager to see that stuff, and like I'm also just glad you're hanging in there because it's a shit time. I've been kind of amazed. Like I've said this to Corey before too, but it's like if somebody told me a year ago, like, hey, you know, in the future, like this massive pandemic's going to happen. Like all they described on paper, like all the shit that was going to go down. I think I would just have like assumed everybody would be not surviving as well as they are, you know, like, I don't know, like to me, that's been kind of amazing that we're all kind of hanging in there, you know, like, even if it's rough, it's like, I'm glad
Yeah.
you're
I
hanging
mean,
in
I've
there. But
unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, you as well. Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen a couple of people kind of lose it, more mentally, but still. But I've also seen a lot of people like really step up, you know.
Yeah.
And it's kind of inspiring. As cheesy as that sounds. So yeah, it's a weird time, and to choose to do comics right now is maybe also a weird time, but maybe also the best time.
Yeah.
You know?
I'd agree, because it's like we don't have a ton of distractions right now.
So,
like other than work, it's like there's a lot of isolation right now. So, you know, I don't know. Take advantage of it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part, which I think is admirable, is right now, like a lot of companies are just trying to survive, you know.
Yeah.
Sure, you got like the bigger companies and the box stores are doing better than ever, but like even the like bigger end of like independent media is still just struggling to survive, and so, but we need it, and that's where the better ideas come from. It's just harder because that's not where the money's really at the moment, you know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? But
yeah,
but I think
it makes perfect sense.
And yeah, in stick it out through the real times, you know, we could potentially be really good in the future, I think. And I'm trying to be optimistic too. But
yeah, me too.
you know, I do think that I mean, granted, you know, growing up, like, you know, I was more of a Marvel guy, but I still dabbled in DC, and I loved all the, you know, the big heroes and stuff. But me and you have talked about this at length, ad nauseum, for, you know, we're like, okay, we can still like Batman, but he's fucking 75 years old. Can he die? You know, it's time for new ideas.
Yeah.
You know,
and what's sad is, you know, like
you can love him, still Batman, fucking kill him.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's sad these IPs that we all love so much came out of somebody doing something totally new and a company taking a risk. And it's like, it's just sad to see it dry up sometimes, where companies are really risk averse. So they're just like, let's go to our, you know, go-to. And it's like, you know, keep in mind, like Corey and I have talked a ton about like Mandalorian. Like I love that show. It's amazing. It's so good. But it's like, I do like want to see new,
it's
crap.
The best is it happened.
Sorry, you cut out. What's up?
Oh, I was just agreeing that I like the Mandalorian too. I think it's the best we're in that in like 25 years.
Yeah, it's excellent, but I still want to see new shit. Like and at least in that sense, they're new characters that they're introducing stuff, and I think that's so refreshing, because it, like, you know, the tried and true that we all love. It's like totally. It's great, but it's nice to see people step outside of a box, even within the IPs. And I do wish more people would take risks on indie media, because it's like, it's so awesome. I mean, I just got these minis sent to me in the mail, and it was like one of the funnest experiences I've had in weeks because it's like these weird little minis, and they're like perfectly packaged and stuff. And I know the artist like stapled them and put them together. Well, I don't think he staples them, but the point being, it's like there are these folded, hand done artisanal things. And I'm like, that kind of shit, that's irreplaceable. Like, I love that stuff. And I was like, we can't, I don't want to live in a world where like that doesn't happen, like.
Yeah. I mean, do you remember you were in Portland, and I think you were at my house when I was putting them together. That first Monkey Mod mini cup that I sewed the binding together. And
yeah, it was so rad.
I used that Japanese what was that thing called? I ordered that from Japan, and it was like a silkscreen thing, but it was a pad printed, and it had this like
what was that thing called?
Cover, and
those were so cool. It was like almost like a stamp, but a silkscreen.
It was real popular.
It wasn't Jiggly, no. It was
and you were there, remember? Like,
yeah.
No. Oh God, I can't remember. Yeah, I remember you were there one time when I burnt one of the screens.
Yes. That was amazing.
Yeah. But I love that.
I'm looking this up to see if I can find it.
I can't.
It's probably just not going to show up.
Google it right now, but if I probably lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that, and that is another reason why I'm not abandoning Monkey Mod, but transforming it into something else.
Yeah.
Because, but it's something I still love, and it has to do with that time period too. Like on my page, I don't know if anyone's gonna care. I know there's people who do comment, but I'm gonna do like the mini comics dump truck again.
Oh, you should.
But I just wanted to be with people who are patrons.
That's good. That's smart.
I mean, it makes me feel a little bit weird that it's Patreon, so there's a cost to get into it. But I'm also hoping that having that, it could just be $1, but the cost maybe will alleviate some of the kooks, which made me stop it in the first place.
Yeah, so
years ago.
We should explain that
the new
to like
comic.
anybody. Yeah. Because the mini comics dump truck, like Kevin put a ton of work. Sorry, there's a slight lag, and I think we're kind of overlapping each other. So I'm gonna be quiet for a sec and just listen because I don't want us to overlap. So what's up, Kevin? Like, where are you going?
Oh, well, I was talking mini comics dump truck, and then I felt like you were going somewhere with it. So I'll let you talk.
Okay, no worries. I was just going to explain to people. So Kevin spent all this time organizing this cool thing called the Mini Comics Dump Truck, which anybody who follows him on YouTube is probably familiar with. But it was like this cool thing where and at the time we were running podcasts. And so we had this like podcasting community, and we kind of had people just volunteer. And the deal was, if you were going to be a part of it, you would mail a mini comic to like this mailing list that was composed of all people who were participating in making mini comic. It had like a deadline. And then what happened was, because I did a couple of them too, and it's like what happened was you'd contribute and you'd mail out all these mini comics. And what ended up happening is you'd have these nut jobs who'd do like maybe like one crappy sketch and then like call that a mini comic. And then you'd also have these people who like were total dicks and like signed up and got all these free mini comics mailed to them and didn't contribute at all. And so that's kind of, I think, what Kevin's talking about. Like, if there's like an entry point, it might weed out some of that. and just kind of bring people who like are seriously wanting to do it, you know, because that's the downside of like trying to organize something like that, is like people crap out, and like it just kind of sucks for everybody who did contribute, you know.
Yeah, and I think when we were doing bigger illustration party time, that was I think that was we had done. I had done one round before that, and it was small, so it was very manageable. And then by big illustration party time, we had done like the second and third round, and by the third round or something, we had like Roger Langridge and people like that doing it, you know. And so,
Dude,
not saying that because a cartoonist is more popular, anybody makes them more important, but it started to feel like people were taking advantage.
yeah.
And I had never done anything like that before, so my management was great either. Fully admit to that. But I didn't I didn't know how to circumvent the grifters.
Yeah.
Basically, you know. So, but at the same time, I'm worried that like if it's Patreon, people will be like, "Oh, that's just a money grab for you." But you know, $1 on Patreon actually means like 40 something cents. You know, so it's not really like that much of a money grab. But
yeah, I think it's smart.
I work that kind of stuff too.
Well, and also, honestly, I remember when it was done, and like there's a certain element of work you have to put into it, organizing it. And so like that's not unfair to like be like, hey, like $1 a month to like have you do that extra work too, because it is a pain in the butt to organize. So I think that makes perfect sense. Like why wouldn't you, you know? Honestly, I wasn't kidding about the Patreon thing. Like I literally am a jackass, and I forget, like Scott's too, I need to contribute to, you know, like I always forget to do these because like it's my friends, and in a weird way I always just disconnect it, and that's stupid. Like, so I will probably be joining both yours and Scott's Patreons because why shouldn't I? But I just always forget, which is terrible. But like I wouldn't find that to be a ripoff at all. That sounds fun. And honestly, like, dude, like I said, if you're gonna do the work to organize it, man, like you should get some kind of like thing for it, you know? Yeah. I don't think that that actually
I mean, cool. I also worry too. Yeah, you know, the 100 Days Making Comics thing was a fluke. And then earlier this year, you know, as everything in the world sucked, and then there's a lot of personal things that sucked too. It was like 2020, what else you got? And that was one of those things where I accidentally made so many people pissed off.
Yeah.
So I also worry about starting something and pissing everyone off. I have an opinion about something, you know?
Yeah, it's like that was such a weird thing. I'm not even like super aware of like the whole thing, but I always found that strange because it's like I know you well, and it's like one of those things of like I think the people who got upset, like they might know like your videos and stuff, but they don't know your heart. And it's like I'm not gonna pretend I know your heart totally, but it's like you're a friend, like an actual, like, you know, we've hung out, like I know your way of thinking, and like to me I just felt like that whole thing was blown out of proportion because it's like I know Kevin,
they
like,
look
he's
like
just yeah. So I'm hoping like I don't know, I think there's I also like part of why like on this stream I'm like not being super filtered, like I'm just like I know there's a tendency on YouTube for people to be like, I don't want to get political because blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'll do that on other shows where I'm doing shit. Like we're doing like that review show. I'll be kind of more filtered, but like on this, like, I don't really feel the need to like damp down what I'm saying. Cause I don't know if I want to build an audience that's going to like roast me alive for something I think or something. I don't know. that just sucks. Like that sucks to have seen happen. Is all I'm saying. So yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah.
But I still like the 100 days of making comics,
Yeah,
and
for
I'm
sure.
doing the challenge right now, man. I'm on day 36, so it's still helpful. You know?
Yeah, I mean, see, I'm still excited. I'm excited that you know, a little proud that I did something that people glommed onto that I didn't foresee happening.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed that, you know, how things kind of ended up, because
Yeah.
it's not exactly what I was trying to say, but I also didn't even know that it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So, you know, so, you know, I don't know. I'm glad people, I hope people still want to do it, and I hope people still do it on their own. I just don't want I just don't want dogma around it. And,
Yeah. Understandable, dude.
you know, I, uh, when everything kind of imploded, and I know there's people watching, they're probably like, what the fuck are you talking about? I kind of don't know, but because, I said something and then I realized I was not, the leader I was supposed to be or something. And, I was angry about some things, and, then I said some things that made people angry because I started the thing, and I'm not making sense, but,
It makes sense.
yeah, I'm still stoked for people to do it. Yeah, so my worry is that, I mean, I created something on accident and then I blew it up on accident. So that's fitting. That's fine.
Yeah.
But, Mini Comics Dump Truck, you know, I will have to take more control. And then if I fuck
Yeah.
up, it's more my responsibility. Whereas 100 Days of Making Comics, at some point, I felt like other people turned it into something a little bit,
Yeah.
that I didn't have as much control over. And I'm looking for control, but 100 or Mini Comics Dump Truck, I will have to have control. So if I
I think
fuck up,
that's cool.
then if people get mad at me, that's cool. That's fine. You know, but I
Yeah.
think at that point, if I take those reins and people get mad at me, I feel like we can have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
And I feel like it'll be fine. I just don't want it to have to come to that. But, you know, after this 100 Days Making Comics kerfuffle this year, I think
Yeah.
that's what it's going to have to be.
Yeah.
But, you know,
That makes sense.
so I'm a little worried about it and how to manage that. But
I think that makes sense, and it's
but I think it'd be fun and cool for everybody. Yeah, you know, and I think it could be fun and cool for everybody, and maybe get started on a comic that they've been wanting to do and haven't started yet, which is kind of one of my hopes of 100 Days Making Comics at a certain point, you know. But be a little bit more regimented, and, you know, focus on making a thing happen instead of being like so touchy-feely. I think like self-helpy, like 100 Days Comics was.
Yeah, like just kind of like make it
If
more
that
just
makes sense.
about.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's just like a focus on the actual product and like getting a thing done and kind of doing it as a part of a group and having fun with it. You know, that sounds awesome. I will say if you start it up, I think a lot of people would be interested because it was super fun. A lot of us still have pretty good memories of it. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think
So
of how
that was a
there's like a crazy
what were you saying? You're
lag.
trying to think how what?
Oh yeah. So I was just saying,
Yeah, I'm getting that.
yeah, the lag, right? But anyhow, I was trying to just I was just randomly firing off the fact that I'm trying to figure out a good visual for picking up or packing up an entire apartment, and that's a weird one. I'm just trying to. Sorry, I was just having a moment of trying to think of that. Yeah, I think that sounds fun, man. Like the mini comics dump truck would be great. Plus, it's a great name. I still love that one. Didn't we? Wasn't that on like Javier
Yeah,
Hernandez
I,
had a show, right? That's where that was come up with. I'm trying to remember. Was it like a talk show hangout we used to call into? No? What was it?
no, there, um, uh, no. Mini Comics Dump Truck came about the time that we had met Javier.
Yeah.
But no, he did not come up with that at all.
No,
that was purely me and my buddy Matt D.
Yeah, I remember it was you and Matt. I was just trying to remember if it was like when you came up with it, if that was something we talked about on Javi's thing. And I think that's all I was trying to figure out is like, because I'm trying to remember when that originated. And I think you guys talked about it, like announced it, because we used to have like a thing where we call in and hang out on that on that show. And I think I can't remember, but I feel like that's where you guys organized it. The first one, I can't remember.
But. No, so I actually somewhere in my computer or a hard drive or something, I actually have the first it wasn't even a podcast yet at that point, and me and you hadn't even done Big Illustration Party Time, but somehow I put me and my friend Matt DeYoung talking about it, and you were there the day we came up with it. Actually, it was when I met you at the Portland Zine Symposium.
Yes,
that was the first time, and we were hanging out with those other dudes. There was me and on one table, and then there was somebody in between us, and we started talking to you because we recognize, oh, he's one of us.
Yeah.
And then there was the guys next to me that were doing like a heavy metal skateboard scene or something. And and we were looking around at like what was trendy, like what was indie trendy.
That's right.
And like octopus. Yeah, it was like tentacles and owls were real trendy there. And we were talking about, oh man, they're still doing tentacles and octopus. And then we were talking where Mini Comics Dump Truck comes from is we were coming up with like okay, owls and tentacles are real trendy. Like what's the next indie animal? And we were coming up with something, and somebody, not me, I can't remember who, but somebody had said a mailman with beautiful hair. It's gonna be the next trendy animal. And we thought that was real funny. And then said, what about a dump truck? And for some reason, we were so tired, like we had like stayed up real late partying the night before something. And when the way Matt said dump truck was so fucking funny, that we kept bringing it up. And that's where Comics Dump Truck came from, because we were all doing mini comics. I mean, I think you had the Xeric comic at the time, but you had some, but I think all of our focus was like these like mini comics. And so, and Matt saying dump truck after mailman with beautiful, was hilarious, and I almost peed my pants. And so that is where Mini Comics Dump Truck comes from. That's it.
Dude.
You know?
And I
It
will
was
say,
all from
like,
the day I met you, or that weekend I met you.
Matt is one of the funniest human beings on the planet. Like, he is, like, sincerely, like, one of the funniest people you will ever meet. Like, he just comes up with stuff that's like, I don't know, man. Like, I still remember the soft serve bit that you guys were doing. And that was just like, it's still to this day one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was yeah, and apparently it's still on Tumblr. And I can't do anything about it because I don't have an email that's associated with it anymore, and I don't remember the password. You know, so if you want to go to Tumblr, it's Comfortable Thrashing on there, and we did this another museum later, where we made the story where this demonic soft serve ice cream cone was trying to kill us while we were trying to sell punk rock zines.
It's so great because there's
ridiculous.
There's like photographs, like sightings of soft serve. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, kills me.
We made it like kind of it. Like in like one weekend, we had done all this like Photoshop work. And like, granted, you know, it is when you go to a convention, even if it's like a little zine convention, you're partying all night. You're not sleeping at all. You're like pressing the flesh, you know, and everything. And we still managed to do this like 20-something episode podcast in 2 days, and like a handful of Photoshop things. And we made soft serve, which was the ice cream cone that was the embodiment of all evil to kill us. We were looking like old photos from the Civil War of Abraham Lincoln with soft serve on his shoulder, like, oh shit, watch out, Abe. You know, like,
so good.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, like I swear you guys are.
And those internet things that I thought about when I thought about taking it down, I was like, I can't. I don't remember the email, and I don't know the password. And even when you hit you don't know your password, I don't know where that's going. So I can't, because we did it so quickly, you know?
Yeah.
But it's still there.
That's so great.
Which is weird too, because it's almost like 10 years old now at this point.
You know? Yeah. It's such a trip.
Let's bring this back around. That's the spirit of what I want to bring back with Dump Truck and me retooling the first issue of Monkey Mod into this new thing that's still Monkey Mod but not called Monkey Mod.
I love it.
Spirit of fun, hanging out with friends like today, or tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds super awesome, and I think that's
wrapped it up in a bow. It was very clumsy.
No, it's cool, man. I'm just glad to hear from you, and like I'm stoked that you're working on stuff, and like you got some plans for things that sound pretty awesome. It's funny, even when Corey and I were setting up the IRS thing, like, which I still can't believe we got IRS agency, like that's an available like how is that a URL? But like when we were setting it up, right? Yeah. But when we were setting it up, I still remembered some cool stuff from like BIPT days where I was like, hey, if we're gonna do this thing, we should have like an acronym for it, because it helps people like feel like they're a part of it. And because I remembered BIPT and like even like even trying to come up with like a structured show, we were like, okay, we need like a really good formula and stuff. And like, it's funny because we were talking about making segment bits, and it reminded me of our mailbag segment that I still to this day like can just shoot off the top of my head, where it's like a mailman was struck by
we did all the dingers.
Yeah, so I think like the more you can bring like the spirit of fun to stuff, it's like even if it doesn't like take off or whatever, at least it's fun to do, you know? Like it's like I don't know. I think that's key, man.
Yeah, like
Did we lose Kevin?
yeah, it totally is. Like I don't know if I mean, I haven't like, I mean, I quit and I don't really participate on Twitter so much anymore, but um in I put on Instagram a couple times. Um my buddy that I'm living with now, um he's he lost his job in COVID times and shit. And so we started a YouTube channel for fun with like knowing like we're not making any fucking money off of this. Who
Yeah.
cares? And it's basically middle-aged skateboarders. And it's like we're like, yeah, so let's just do Spinal Tap. But let's do Spinal Tap of like 80s hardcore punk who are skateboarders who are now almost 50 years old. And we just have 3 videos up and and they took a long time to do, and that's the reward was doing it.
Yeah. They're really fun to
So
watch.
yeah,
Like the
gotta find
hamburger.
fun. I think
Yeah, I mean
like
the skateboarding hamburger video is like one of the funniest things I've seen. Like so I think it was rewarding. Like if like I don't know, it was fun to watch. I also like the grip tape videos where it's like you guys decided to do kind of a generic announcer kind of being like, and I forget, but it's like you start just introducing all these tools like into how to kind of change your yeah. Anyhow, sorry, it's worth checking out. But it's very funny because it's like at first it's real tools you'd actually use to change your trucks on a skateboard deck, and then it just starts. These different tools start appearing. I don't know. It's pretty amazing. I enjoyed that, man. I think that's fun. It's so important to have that.
yeah,
'Cause it's like
yeah. Yeah, and especially in this time, I know making comics and illustration and art and stuff like that is more important for us, but you know, I I think at a certain point I kind of maybe lost sight of that a little bit.
yeah.
And yeah, just fun, enjoyment. If you have fun, your audience is gonna have, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And like yeah, and then there's like little things like I was saying about the music thing too. It's like um I don't care how, like whether it succeeds or does well or anything. My goal is every year I'm going to make an album like with a band or no band, and I'm going to release it, and if like 2 people buy it, I don't give a shit. I'm making a full album. It's going to be a minimum of 10 songs. I'm going to make a goal to try to do that every year just because I can and I enjoy it, and like for no other reason than that. And I think it's important to have stuff like that because similar to like skateboarding, where it's like, dude, it's so easy for us to lose sight of that when it's like when you were a kid and you learned to skateboard, you just get out and get on a street and like eat shit, get back on your board, eat shit, get back on your board. And it's like you're just doing it for fun. Like it's not for any other purpose than just to like I want to do this thing, So
That's
yeah.
why we stopped doing the 48-hour art check.
Yeah, just stop being fun.
Yeah. Hey, Josh.
What's up?
Oh, I missed that. The connection's
I was just
What'd you
saying
say,
that's why
Corey?
we stopped
Sorry, I
doing
missed
the
that.
40-hour art check. We did like 280 something episodes of that, and like about 275, we were like, "Are you having fun anymore?" We're like, not really. Let's
Yeah.
wrap this up. We're done doing this.
Yeah, like it kind of served its purpose, and then we
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that checks. Yeah, and and that was great. And here you guys are still together again.
Yeah, we're just hanging.
You know,
I mean, like that's
um,
the cool thing. It's like, I like these casual streams because it's like it's kind of like, I don't know, just hanging out and doing art with people. you know, that's super doable because it's like I'm up anyway working on these things, so
Yeah.
might as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not doing art tonight. No, I take that back. I'm doing beat poetry tonight with you. You were not aware of it. I've fooled you. You have you you have fallen into my trap of creating a narrative. Um, uh,
I love it.
but Josh, I want to propose something serious that is that is also fun. But what I want to propose, because I was very proud of you for making that record, because we both talked about this. You know my music background, I know yours, and you did something. You sent it to me. I saw you do it before you announced it to the world. I saw the graphic design and um in all that kind of shit. And you did the videos for each song. I thought was fantastic. Um, Now, and I've talked about doing a solo record for a while,
Yeah.
and I haven't. And uh, I find myself at a place where I've been talking about it a lot lately, and you've done it now. Granted, I know that it might just be me and you who care about what we've done, and that is
Yeah.
great. Um, you would just that you want to do a record a year, solo record a year, yeah.
Hmm.
If I heard that right. Um,
Hmm.
I also want to do so. Can we hold each other's feet to the fire about doing a record a year?
Yeah, let's do it.
So you're one ahead of me. So in 2021, you have to make a
Uh,
record and I have to make one.
I love this deal because Kevin, your music's amazing, and so it would be fun to
Fucking
hear.
do it,
I
man.
want to hear what you do because you've written like most of the parts for most of the
Yeah.
bands you've
Well,
been
yeah,
in.
and yeah, I mean give or depending. There was sometimes there was partnerships, but
Yeah,
sometimes I was the generator, sometimes I was more partner, uh but yeah, okay, I'll take credit.
take the credit. Point being, it'll just sound good, like
Yeah, so
like whatever
maybe
direction you pick.
what if we do? Yeah, so what if we do? Oh, it doesn't have to be a public thing. It can be. Um, maybe that will make people excited because our versions of punk rock and stuff are a little bit different, but we also have very similar tastes and things and
Hmm.
shit like that. So maybe
We definitely
um,
cross over in McKay
maybe I'm
territory
saying things that
for sure.
I should only say when we're right. Um, yeah, Kemble and Cross were more important than Rollins and Mackay. So, what if maybe we have maybe like a check-in, and again I say like I don't know exactly um what like StreamYard that you guys are using. I don't know exactly like how that works. If we could share music or something like that with the public and maybe talk about stuff while we're working on it. But
Yeah, it works okay.
regardless, maybe that doesn't have to be. But me and you can talk like at least once a month. Check in, like where are you at? What's your goal with what's the goal with the 2021 record? How far are you
I love
into
it.
it? What work have you done on it? And and you know and then if we don't do what we should be doing, we get to berate each other. Of course, we're brothers, so in a loving way. But like, what if we do like a monthly check-in? So it's almost the end of February right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I love it.
It's yeah. I've put out 13 records. Not all of them are full, to be fair.
Yeah.
13 releases I've had with my bands throughout the years. 10 months is a fine time to do a punk rock record.
Yeah.
That doesn't
10
mean
songs.
it has to be, any specific type of punk or whatever. Yeah. So, I will tell you my idea. I'll tell you more in private, but I'll tell you my basic idea right now is I want to do a full length that comprises of 2 EPs
Ooh.
together.
Like.
So one side of the record sounds a certain way and the other sounds a different way. I'll tell you more about that offline, but so it's essentially a full length I want to do this year.
Cool.
And then, you don't have to tell me, because we're just talking about this just now, but yeah. So why don't we?
I mean, I'll tell you, like, so my goal is
have a check-in about what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, my thought on it, because I'm trying to do one every year, is to do. I kind of want to keep going down this like weird acoustic route, for my solo stuff because it's an interest of mine. But I want it to be a little more polished than the last version. But I still like the rawness of it. But I want to do like about, I think, 10 songs and just do like a 10-song album. So see if I can do another one of those with potentially like a little more production value on it. So I don't know. We'll see. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Okay. About that. 2 things about that. That's a song a month from here for this year. Way longer than you need.
Yeah.
2
totally.
things. When you start talking about being more produced, I'm probably going to be like your older brother who goes, "No, dude, put more dirt in that." Just going to tell you
I
that might
love
be
it.
a thing that might annoy you.
I like the dirt though. I agree because you don't want to get like.
But regardless,
Yeah.
yeah. And I'm also joking because I want you to do the music you want to do.
Yeah.
My main point is this is something that we have, that is part of us that might not get as much attention as being visual artists, and it's something we need to do and feed us, So I'll do a record this year, you do a record this year, and let's do a check-in every
I love
month.
it. Okay.
I think that'll be
down.
fucking up, and then we'll go on tour together when when COVID's done.
I love it. That sounds fun. Let's make it happen. Cool, dude. It is 4:30 in the morning.
I'll turn your bit that.
Wait, I want you to wrap that idea before, because I was about to call like mention it's 4:30 in the morning and start rapping, but I want to hear what you were saying.
Oh, I was about to get real sweet.
Oh, get sweet.
Plus, again, as one of my brothers, I don't get to talk to you enough, and this also makes it so that we have like a goal together. So we have to.
Yes, which is how we
You have
work.
to talk to me, Josh.
Love it.
Yeah.
Sweet. So we'll actually we have to
All
do
right.
that.
It's 4:30.
That sounds fun.
Thank you for having me.
Dude, thanks for coming on. It was fun. Corey, thanks for coming on. Thanks to everybody in the chats who's like stopped by and chimed in. Anyone who's hung in there, we've literally had the most strange stream in the world. It started out like political. We talked about different vomit stories. We literally like went from that to Corey. Help me keep track here. We switched gears so many times.
We started with Portland versus the Capitol, and then we went into existentialism and the meaning of self.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we started talking about Southern people saying tacos instead of tacos.
That's right, and how there really isn't any good Mexican food outside of California and Mexico.
Outside of Southern California and parts of Texas. And then we were talking about, and then when I was trying to figure out how to animate this thing, we were talking about how artists do weird stuff in the mirror to try to like figure out what it looks like. And then Kevin jumped in.
Yeah, and we've talked mini comics dump truck. We've talked like 100 days of making comics. We've talked making albums and music. This has been a really excellent, fun stream, and so I really appreciate Kevin. Also, I miss you, brother. So it's really good to just hear from you. So all right, well, thanks to everybody who stopped by in the stream.
Miss you too, man.
And yeah, I know it's just like it sucks. We gotta build a bridge between here and Portland that you can just zip line across or something. All right, so thanks to everybody who's tuned in and all of that. Check out, I mean, I don't have to plug Kevin's channel because anybody who follows me probably follows Kevin, but still check out Kevin Cross on and go to his Patreon as well. Corey Kerr, check out Corey Kerr's stuff. If you guys are up tonight, like around 9 p.m., like stop by and check out the IRS show, the indie review show. IRSagency.com will take you there. And then it sounds like also stay tuned for Kevin and I's check-ins where we're going to hold each other accountable to make an album in a year, which sounds really fun. And other than that, is there anything I missed? Anything you guys want to plug?
No, I'm excited for your thing tonight.
Yeah,
that was fun to do it last week. I'm excited to hear you do it tonight. So,
okay, cool. I think we're good. So, we will see you guys tonight, and that'll do it. Bye, guys.
See you.